Thanks for that update, Paul. I appreciate it. I was switching my audio and I can hear you now.
Excellent. Evan, I'm in the same way to try and avoid some feedback here. Imagine we're probably looking at 5 minutes, hopefully.
Sounds good.
line. This isn't a program item no more. This is a local municipality or county that's choosing which trails they want to promote for either tourism or our role that we really are trying to work with. And I don't want to put Michelle Evans on the spot, but we are really trying to figure out where to diversify and shift the impacts that are occurring, the Paiute Trail System, an Arapeen Trail System, a Strawberry System. You're already at the max in those areas. People are coming to those. There's really no need to promote those because those are, and I don't want to sound negative when I say that, there's still a need to promote them, but the commonality there is they're discovered. So how many of you have been to Cricket Mountain? How many of you have been to Yellowstone? How many of you have been to Casco Canyon? Not Yellowstone National Park, Sharon. Yellowstone OHV Trails. How many of you have been there? So Casco Canyon, a lot of you have been there because you know it. Paiute Trail System, been there. Bowman Trail, Mineral Fork. See, so these are the trails that we are trying to work with or have in the past. That you know, it isn't the role of the off-highway vehicle program to come in and say to a county, here's the 3 trails you should promote. That's not our role here. Our role is to try to help facilitate and make the best trail system across the state, working with our mutual partners. And I'm a firm believer of who knows best at a local level than club members, those county officials. And if I'm out of line when I say that, please share that with me so that I understand that I'm not doing my job. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks. I just think that there's a perspective that we probably have need to have as OHV council. We're in the OHV community pretty heavily. That's why we're sitting here at this table. I think the essence behind what we're trying to do with this program, and Chris has alluded to this a little bit, is how do you get that guy that just bought a brand new side-by-side on the path to do it right, to get on, maintain trails, to stay where they need to stay, to explore areas without having a negative impact like we've seen in certain OHV areas. So is it doing that? Is it having that effect? I would say it probably is. When you have a novice rider looking through that trail system, I could do this or have questions on this. Where do they camp? Those are probably great ideas. I think what you're talking about is in addition to, and we look at it probably in the river rafting world where you hit a problem rapid. You need a video to see how someone may navigate that process. So I don't disagree with that thought process about if there are certain obstacles from certain trails, then video is the better solution. But if someone wants to see what that scenery looks like or find a place to camp, this is a great solution. Or if they don't even have any idea how to run an OHV trail, what does it look like certain times of year? How does that impact my riding ability? Is it going to be hot? Those are great questions that can be answered, I think, in this process.
And I believe the video is much, much better. If somebody's in front of you, you watch video. And
Sure.
I went through the process of looking at it, grabbing stuff, YouTube video. I get a much better feeling for
100%.
what the trail is like with the video, with somebody out in front. And again, I want to emphasize that I think there's great potential with this. Man, it is.
What could we do in addition
And I
to?
talked to Shannon, I says, is there any way we can dual-link the video in with this? I says, this would make this a product that would be just, I would love it. It is frustrating for me to use it. You use this imaging to look at a point. You don't look at it as a distant trail. When you're using Google Street View, normally you're not driving down the road. You're looking at seeing a house or a building or a business to see what's there. It's difficult to travel along a route on 360 imaging. It's like I said,
I think that's a question.
I'm gonna give Chad a few minutes to kind of comment
thank you.
and answer some of the questions that he's heard us.
Yeah, I'll be as brief as possible. Scott, I get your frustration. Nobody's more frustrated at our interface with Google than I am. We have, and I'll explain the challenges that we're having. Most of Google's own videos are 1080i and 4K. Because we wanted a zoom factor in this, so people could actually walk around and zoom out, we have been submitting 8K files. Say they want them, they have trouble processing. If you happen to go on today, Google had a big crash. I was just notified of it on my way down. There's, don't let them look at the maps. Because we had a lot of sections disappear. And this has happened all the way along. Casco Canyon will be complete. And then the next day, a section of it, and we can identify if it is an individual file that we sent, it goes away. And then it comes back. And so we have this consistency problem. And I'm very concerned about it. What we were doing when we first talked to Chris about this, before we found we could upload to Google Street View, we were doing time-lapse video that was geosyncratic. The fact that it was linked to the trail route. The map would appear on the screen next to the video, and you could literally just scroll through it with your cursor. And it would go faster and faster and faster. And you also had a speedometer on here that showed you the speed it was traveling. So you could literally navigate the trail, drag it along, and when they were going slow, you could stop it and just let it play to see what kind of terrain you were. Well, in the first few months of this, while we were doing things directly with the state, and while we were doing this first quarter round, we were still working on, well, Google Street View is going to work. It's going to work right. We just made some changes on our site that make it a little bit easier to do what you were talking about and what you would like to see. And that is, we now have the Google Street View and another box next to it that has the little Google guy. And you can just drag him and drop him onto the spot, and then you will see that picture. You don't have to advance arrow by arrow around the map. We're hoping that helps. However, starting with the grants, these last 13 grants, I reinstituted the timelines. We haven't had time to process, but we have it, and we don't have to rely on Google for it to reside. We can put that out on a server, and you can go to the outsider stop zone and you can scrub through. We're constantly improving. We have a beta page now that we just are finishing to try and improve the user experience. But I would like to address for just a second the real value that we're not attending to. While the bell and whistle of the Google Street View is giving us a little bit of problem, and we're confident we'll get it worked out with Google, we just haven't found the phone number. So
They don't have one.
well, my daughter runs an office of a software provider in Salt Lake there, and Plaid is like a $5 billion company. She can chat with someone. We can't do that. So she said, I'm too small for a phone number, but she knows that there are people that can call. So we're just working to try to find that person. But the real value of this program and the real genius of it is that we have all the intersections and they're working just fine. And you can go to the places where you need to make a choice and you can look at it, and you can see it. But the thing that to me is most valuable is there's that Gaia file. And you can download that Gaia file into a GPS app on your phone, and every intersection, a picture will pop up and it will guide you through the entire route so you can stay on the route. We provide Gaia, we provide GPX, we provide 3 different formats that people can download the actual data of the map and put it on a GPS device that gives them the opportunity to go on the trail. And on top of that, we're giving a verbal description of the trail, things they need to look out for, the points of interest along the way, the local, the nearest local community, nearest emergency, nearest gas, nearest food, things like that. So that the functionality of it is really good. And if you want to go take a look at the trail and you just look at the pictures and you go, oh, it looks pretty good. And even if we don't have those things worked out, you're able to go in there and download it, put it on your phone, you go right to the trailhead, unload your trailer, and you won't go off the trail foot. Because you can navigate the entire thing. So we're really frustrated with Google, and as a backup, because I'm concerned about the fact that my biggest expense in this entire trail mapping is the actual process of going and recording the trail. That is the biggest part. The rest of it's just server. I mean, we are going through hard drives. Some of these files are 67 gigs. They're huge. And so, you know, I'm buying drives to store this stuff on like candy, but that's not the big expense. The biggest one is just getting the crew out there and beating Shannon up and ruining his back. And I got to get another crew to get the stuff all done. So if any of you would like to spend your time mapping trails, it's kind of fun, and I'm looking for somebody that might want to go. Anyway, that's the real value of it. We will get this worked out, and if Google for some reason censors us, we've got these time lapse that we'll eventually incorporate anyway, because it's a different way to look at it. And it's just that, do we take the time to get the Google stuff up, because that's what we promised, or put this out? But there is an alternative that works the way that Scott would like to see it work, and that is a video. The only disadvantage, you're only seeing what's in front, but it does help for the trail. Any other questions?
Eric? Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you able to retroactively go back to the ones that are already posted?
The ones that we did for Chris, before we started doing the grants, we would have to go write the trail again. But we're prepared to do that in the overall project to get this done. Just even if it's at our expense, we don't have to have the $10,000 goofy ball camera to do that. We can do that with a smaller camera, and we can set people out to record the trails. And then as long as they're recording on the right kind of camera that's geo-synced to GPS data, then we can get that video out. So one way or the other, by the time we're done with this, we will have all of the goodies on it. We've just been focused to try to get this one in. Scott, you know Shannon. Oh, yeah. We had have several discussions.
He is a pretty determined guy, and he will kill himself trying to make this thing work.
I do have some other comments, and like I said, I'm not trying to beat this down. I'm trying to have a discussion that we're getting about the product, and I guess when you're trying to sell something, and maybe we should have called it something besides 360 Trail View right now. I mean, that's the goal, but it doesn't. Well, to the maybe I'm off in the left corner over here, and I'm looking at it different because I've spent so much time out there. But I tell you what, I get more out of a video, out of YouTube video, than I do out of 360 stuff right now. And maybe we should call it something else until we get it perfected. Well, as far as the general public is concerned, it's Trail 360 to those of us who are making it. If those people who are using it, it's the outsider stop zone. So if you go into the map, that's just one component. Oh, you're right. It is only one component. That's what I said. There's many things in there besides that, but that's what it's touted as. And so when you sell a product and the person comes back and says, oh, that's not exactly what I thought it was. And that's the feedback I've been getting. And so I wanted to bring it to the attention of the committee here. And I talked to Shannon before, and he says, yes, it would be wonderful if somehow we could interface that right now. And he says, I can't do that. And so.
But it's the data in there.
The data is secure. We've got all the data. It's recorded. If we have to re-upload it to Google, but in all honesty, there are only a handful of people who are sending them 8K video other than their own internal people. There's a guy in Italy that is doing stuff by bicycle.
I'd like to see how he's got that set up, because he's using the same camera that we do. And he and Shannon talk back and forth all the time. He's having the same problems with his stuff. And so there aren't that many putting in 8K in. So we don't know how to drop them. I guess we can re-render and drop the quality on. I don't know if we can. But I get your point, and that's why I told Shannon that we had to start doing a dual filming each time. He's got another piece of equipment so that I can get these up on these last 13 trails. And eventually we'll come back and fix the ones if we need to that started this whole thing that we were working directly with Chris on.
Well, the product is going across hiking trails, bicycle trails. It's all over out there. If you click on it, pull on it, there's all kinds of stuff out there.
I understand that. And the difference is that our trails aren't 5 miles and we're sending them in 8K. And I think they're having a little trouble processing and finding it's functioning within their servers. But I'm not that expert. I only go in and stamp my hand on the desk and say, why isn't this where it's supposed to be? But we are attending to it. We've got some assurance. So these grants that are in here are worded in the fact that we are promising that we will deliver digitally mapping video and images that is digitally synchronized to GPS.
But it's not video, it's imaging.
Well, it's both.
He hasn't uploaded.
Because I'm now not only recording the 360 image. Okay, good. So
There's just not an interface to be able to put those together yet.
they can't interface.
So they have the video. on
Some
file.
interesting things that you'll see in the new page design is that at the capturing image at the beginning of the page, it will tell you how many hours it takes to ride, how many miles it is, and it's going to have symbols across it. We're just starting to install those now that say this is for 50-inch side-by-side, full size, so that we are identifying on each trail what kind of trail it's for. And then we go back to that in the narrative, so we keep people on the right kind of trails.
Can I make a comment?
Thank you. Go ahead, Tommy.
Not to be, disrespectful in any way or mean, or get this rate, it's gonna be 2 o'clock in the morning. by the time we're done.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
No, and it's not just that, I don't mean that, we do need to stick to a program.
Yeah.
And how many minutes per, I know we just lumped a bunch together, and that's awesome, yeah, so 10 minutes for each one for each.
Right. No, thank
Do we
you.
have? Do we want to?
Thank you for that. So the state, so the way we're doing this is the state OHV division is recommending, other than those, is recommending that we fund those. So our vote is whether or not to accept that as a council to go ahead and fund it as recommended or not. So that's why we're doing the up or down vote.
One last comment. I don't think it'll be a big one to ask questions. Do you typically know what trails you're going to map before you do the applications? Or does that come after you submit the application?
Last time came after.
Okay,
This time it came with, but we were. in the-
okay.
Almost all of them got it done.
Okay, well, because I would just love to actually see what one, as I'm looking at all of these, 'cause it would help kind of give them a little bit of differentiation to know. So anyway, in the future, I just love to see that as part of it. So then we know what we're,
When,
what are we looking
when we assist,
Be so abstract.
if we do another round of this, we are going to ask the cities to identify the trails and to encourage them to actually put it in their description, in the application.
I would love to see that.
So,
That would help a lot. Thank you.
okay.
So with this, it's a yes or no. And then if it is 51% or higher based on the average of that, it will pass. So, yes, Chris.
Actually, let me clarify. So just what the forum dictates. It could be
Yes.
80%, it could, there's no percent, it's whatever the quorum vote, so yes or no.
Sorry, Tommy,
I know,
I
now,
still,
now I'm in trouble.
a little, but no, I
At
just,
11:30, you'll think.
I think it's more important that we get to the bottom of this
I agree with that too.
than to rush them all. Yep, so just to be clear, what we're talking about right now is just the mapping, not the advertising.
So we discussed.
Right.
If we did a vote, I'd like, 361.
I agree.
Let's go ahead and do a vote then on the 360 mapping, Chris.
I believe you had a motion on the floor
Oh, okay.
that
Did
was
I?
presented by Tommy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if Becky can confirm that, but I believe there was a motion made. There was no seconded. So you got to follow up with what the motion was made first, as you know.
I overlooked it.
And then to see where that goes. But if there's a second, and a person says, I would like to make a friendly amendment to your motion, that is just Trails 360 that we're approving, then that can proceed. But there's been a motion made, and if it dies, it dies.
Okay.
With no seconded.
Yeah.
Just anyway, sorry,
So-
it's lead.
Tommy, would you restate your motion?
If there's not a chance, that's like 30 minutes.
I apologize. I completely missed that.
I did too, but what I didn't see.
I believe in, and I'm gonna rely on Becky to help me, but I believe that the motion was, that the council recommend 22
Oh,
applications
I'm sorry.
that I believe were brought into account, the 360 projects and the tourism. I believe if my math is right, I believe they are lumped together. The tourism is true.
Pardon?
And I did say that.
Okay. Is that motion still?
That we're recognizing all the projects together.
Okay.
Correct.
I second that.
Okay, we have a second.
Hold on a second.
Seconding that we're doing 360 and 81 at the same time.
Yes, that was the motion.
It's the Trail 360 and the tourism grant applications collectively together. There was a second.
That was the motion and that was the second. So that's, I guess, the first vote then.
You all in favor, yes.
To do that, yeah. So let's just, so we have a record, let's go.
Let's make sure we're clear on what I
Okay.
was thinking. That might not be it. I don't want to make it take longer, but I was talking about those all being put together. As far as what we're doing, that's up to this council to decide if we're gonna put them together or not. But if we don't have that ironed out, then we probably need to iron that out, still and decide where we can go.
So that was the motion and let's discuss.
So Robert's rules of order, you have a motion made and you have a second. Council either votes yes or no, or decides. If the
Okay.
motion dies, then the motion dies.
Can we vote?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and vote. We want to vote individually, one by one, so we can,
Yes.
okay. This is for the motion, whether or not to consider all of these collectively. I would say yes.
Okay.
Cheryl?
No.
No. Sorry, I'm married.
Sorry.
Yes.
No.
No.
So technically, as a quorum,
So there is not.
it did not pass.
Okay, so that motion is died.
Yes.
Chairman, sorry to interrupt. This is Paul with the technical team. For the recording, we cannot identify who cast which vote. Rachel, you'll need to make sure that you record that as part of the minutes. Apologize for the interruption. While we were doing electronic meetings, it was easy to identify the vote process, who was present, who was not. So if you could make sure that Rachel has that opportunity to record your vote, we'd greatly appreciate it. Again, my apologies for interrupting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, so that motion has died. Is there alternate?
My interpretation is that motion died.
Yeah.
Because we wanted to discuss the other aspects, right?
Correct. Good. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we place a vote on the 360 portion, the video portion only, and then discuss the advertising separately and vote separately.
My second. This is pretty.
Can I make a point of clarification to Eric's motion? So on that recommendation, I think you probably should identify the grant application numbers. Does that make sense? So specific. Does that make sense?
Can we have Rachel, when we get ready to vote, just name off all the numbers?
I can do that.
It's all the grant applications for Trail 360
Yeah.
project.
As of right now, the ones that are bolded are either the promotional ones or the Trail 360s. I will go through and distinguish which is which by their application numbers.
Motion seconded.
Motion by seconded. So let's vote on those. Based on the comment a moment ago, let's say your name and then vote, and that way it's on the record. I guess I'll go first. Aye. This is Ron Tolman. Aye.
Gerald Butler, aye.
Eric, aye.
Chester, aye.
Robbie Johnson, aye.
Tyson Todd, aye.
Tommy George, yeah.
Scott Wiener, no.
All right, so that motion has passed. And the motion was to go ahead and vote on the 360 now and then discuss the promotion. So now, let's see, I guess I would have to have another vote because it will, I don't think I need another motion because that was built into the motion
To vote on the application.
on recommending the 360.
Do we need a discussion on the
After the vote.
That'll be a subsequent vote.
So the numbers in question are number 9, application number 11, application number 15, application number 16, application number 19, 24, 32, 38, 39, and 46.
42 as well.
Oh, yes, 42. Yes, Chris?
So. I'm wrong now.
I thought we voted for all of it. Those are 360 projects that just were covered.
So
We're voting yes or no.
Now we're voting.
okay, fine. I thought we were voting on the ones, the motion was for the tourism ones.
The motion is to separate the vote.
Okay.
The original motion was to consider them separately.
So now we're just voting on the
So
360.
now we're voting on
All of
360. And then we will discuss the promotional ones.
I'd like to make a motion that when we get ready to discuss the promotion, we have a time limit with a timer.
Okay.
And at the end of that, we vote.
I am going to do a roll call. It's
So
just-
that was a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
I guess we got to go around. All right, yeah, let's go around. All right, Ron, aye.
Cheryl, I.
Eric, no.
Burke, aye.
Rowdy, aye.
I'll be aye.
I'm sorry, but are we voting on whether to do the promotional or just discuss it?
We're voting on the time limit.
Yes.
That passes.
An offer to be the timekeeper
Thank you.
when it's that time.
All right,
Okay, we do it
all right. So we had a motion that passed to consider to do the vote on the 360 and then discuss the promotion, and we have a motion that also passed to limit that discussion to 10 minutes. So let's go to that point on the 360. Do we want, let's just go, I don't mind going, okay, do a roll call.
It's currently largest name to smallest name. So,
Okay.
Cheryl?
So in this new process, we're just saying yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Buddy?
Yes.
Scott? Yes or no?
I'm still at a loss of what we're doing.
We're voting now to fund.
I thought we already did that.
No.
I said no.
Tommy?
Yes.
Tyson?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Burke?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes. All right, now, for our motion that passed, we're gonna have a discussion on the promotion line.
Building projects.
Yeah,
Yes.
Let's start. Should tell us when to start.
okay, so for our prior motions, next we will be considering the promotional videos. And we're limiting that discussion to 10 minutes beginning now. Is there discussion on those applications from the council?
My concern is there's a lot of money being spent there. And we need to be prudent in how we spend money. We do have money. Products I've seen before have been very good. Do we want to spend that much money on promoting that? I would like to see a chunk of that money being in there to fight to keep the trails open that we have. We keep losing trails quite rapidly. And there are getting more and more people out there. So my concern is how much money we're spending. And I think this is we need to have a discussion on this. Do we want to spend this much money on promoting this? I'm not against promoting, but we need to discuss, should we spend this much money?
Eric? Yes,
When you're gonna make a comment, please say your name.
okay. All right, Eric?
So this is Eric. I just have a comment to that is, it sounds like earlier in the earlier discussion about the 360 mapping, what it is and how it works and how it functions, we're still a little concerned that it's not exactly what we want. And there's some more functionality that we're after. I mean, a couple of us agree with that, but to go whole hog into this thing and approve the promotion at the same time as we're approving the actual mapping of it, I would like it to see it work a little better, a little bit more consistent, to have some open communication with the people that are hosting how much, this product itself is my concerns, and just to be brief, that's, I'm gonna stop there, but that's my concern.
So I was doing a little bit of homework on the promotional side of things. I live in Vernal and have my office in the Union County building. Or we have this meeting, I get an email saying, look at how cool these videos are in the NYS. We don't get deliverables on any other project. I just kind of
That's a
feel
very
like,
valid point.
money's in the bag. I feel like we're being asked to represent this, and I don't kind of feel not very comfortable. That's just.
Sorry, what's our time?
5 minutes.
Okay. Additional discussion?
If this is Brody, if this does not, the second part of this does not pass, how will this impact the 360 we just voted positively?
Well, that, there are separate grants that will go forward, but there won't be any promotion on agriculture for it. And there won't be any opportunity to take some of these smaller towns that have basically been missed in the tourism bandwagon. Bellard County doesn't spend a whole lot of time paying attention to them. It doesn't have a lot of hotel rooms, but they got a lot of businesses that would benefit from. Tropic is the same thing. They're in the shadow of Price Canyon. They just don't get that kind of business. This is an opportunity for them. Look at Tickaboo. You know, they've done a couple of rounds of things with us this far, and they feel it makes a difference.
And their percentage of increase in business was 100%.
He said it was 400%. I can't remember if he said it was 400% over last year or ever. They're in a change because people have discovered.
Which 400% statistically is significant.
It is. The hotel is basically empty, and even the rental houses are packed with ATVs.
And several years ago, I'd never heard of it myself.
So
Eric, you had?
Yeah.
I do. And there's, you know, I respect Chad and what he does and the product he puts out. It's very professional and, you know, it is very targeted and that is awesome. But I don't know if we put all of our eggs just into that basket for this. It just seems like a lot of money for one thing. You know, it's not as diversified as me as a user would like to see my registration money going. You know, as counting it up on the way over here, and I have 6 vehicles that I directly license, and this money is going towards licensing, and then I influence another 6 or 8 that are used on off-road areas to ride and so I feel it's a duty to make sure that the money goes, you know, is used appropriately, used the best we can. And I share a lot of your thoughts. You know, this is the day and age. I don't watch regular TV anymore. Anyways, that's my thought.
2 minutes?
Maybe one aspect of it is that if we're struggling, we have to kind of go back to what our responsibilities are. I mean, 2 things come to mind. One, what's being said, are we providing something to the end OHV user of value, and that encompasses a lot of things. Is the trail safe? Is this a good place for me to go? None of that matters if the trail's not maintained and taken care of and it's kept open. I don't lose access. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it too, though, and I don't know, since I haven't been involved recently in the FIG committee, but I know there were proportionally, these funds had to go to different places. In other words, there were percentages that were set up in that original deal. And I think that needs to be part of it too. Am I making myself clear in the? Correct. There was percentages of how this money had to be funded. And so that makes it a little bit different, because in the past, and this goes back to what you said, I've never gotten an advertisement about something that I had to vote on. Yeah, a little bit off, just 1 second. We also, without going too long, I think those are the 2 points that, like, are we providing what we need to, and And are we still satisfying what the spirit of FIG was supposed to be? If we have to appropriate X amount of money to tourism and to safety, to education, maybe as a council, we need to know where we're at on those numbers to make a reasonable decision about $300,000 or $400,000 or something, or $5,000 or something.
Chris, will you comment about the council's obligation to fall within a certain percentage for each category?
Yeah, so, we have in our administrative goal suggested or recommended amounts. We have 5 different categories, and those amounts are established at, specifically at 5% tourism. We also have 5% set aside for search and rescue, 5% for education, leave 20% set aside for access protection. And the remaining of that balance is set aside for other and trail maintenance work. So, however, knowing that, when we come up to a butt end and say we're at 6% in one category, but we're only at 2% in another category, then there's that opportunity to overlap that. So, but that is based on those figures, and that's probably something that maybe staff should have failed to provide at the beginning of this meeting so that the council was aware of. Here's where we currently stand on the previously awarded orders worth of work that's been provided to date so far. Now, here's our total award amount, which we have roughly, we take off some of our administration and things along those lines. We have about 3.2 set aside in grant awarded projects on a quarterly basis. Just this cycle alone, we're at 1.7. That's been provided. Now, been trying to communicate a little bit with Rachel to provide that. I'm sure that she'll bring that forward here after my comments. So there is that those particular categories that are set at the max, but the council is empowered to go beyond those if they see fit. And I think, one of the things that I would like to encourage the council to consider is exactly like what Scott's talking about, exactly what Tyson's talking about. Some of the items that Harry and Cheryl, all of you have brought forward and said, hey, we have some concerns. And if it's of value and benefit and is earmarked for the off-highway vehicle community and does positive things, that's what the shift of the money was set aside for, from the removal of that property tax. And I do, I get that. I understand and hear you loud and clear that, hey, there are some concerns about this, and this. The applications that we received, Rachel was trying to work with some communities, with some associations, organizations to ensure that they are spelled out. You look at where we've come here. You look at where we've come in a year. And this is only an 19-month process. Do we have it mastered? Are we going to have it mastered 5 years from now? I don't know. Can't answer that. But I think it comes back to that to have some sureties to know. And in the future, we've heard you loud and clear. We will suggest that staff maybe. I also want to go back. Let me finish that sentence. I guess we won't advertise particular projects, but maybe what we should do is give a report at the beginning of the next council meetings on some of the projects that's been funded and highlight those. I think that was our attempt this last to give a progress report Maybe it didn't come across that way. Maybe it was interpreted the wrong way or packaged up on our behalf in a wrong way. So in the future, what we'll do is we'll set aside roughly about 10 minutes on projects that we will highlight and give an overall perspective on what's been completed to date so far. Some of those may be tourism related, some of those may be education related. We will extract one project out of each one of those categories and highlight that either on the completion or a mid-project type item. Remember, we're still working through, we don't have it mastered. And so I understand the struggles of the council, and I, believe me, we have discussed ways to really try to streamline the process and, so to speak, utilize the words of a council member. This is becoming a full-time job. And so we're trying to share some of that burden ourselves, because we want the council to discuss, to flush, and to get it right to the best of their ability with the information provided. But we're also trying to absorb some of that roles and responsibilities with our staff, because we have a person on staff that can do that. And so, you know, I guess I look at it through an analogy of blue light. So I'll share this analogy, but before you get that, and if we're here at 2 in the morning, well, so be it. That's another 2 more minutes. So more blue light. So you know, back in the day, there's a large industry known as the automotive industry, and there was this opportunity. Hey, I want to produce X number of bumpers, because if I have bumpers, I can put them on the front of cars and trucks and rear. And so the manufacturer, the owner, went over to this person and says, look, how can we make your job easier as a welder? I want more blue light. And so the welder said, well, look, here's my job. I get the part, put it on the tray, I weld it, I put it on the cart, and then I have to wheel the cart over to the person that installs the bumper. So the owner says, hey, I got this great idea. Instead of you touching it 1, 2, 3, 4 times, how about you don't touch it at all? So we'll build a conveyor belt. That bumper gets put on, comes down the conveyor belt. A person is then, at the end of the day, having more blue light, because that is their job. And so I guess where we are trying to do here at our staff is to have you not touch it so many times. Is that here it is. This is what we've done. I mean, we had scores, we've removed the scores because there was, 3.2, we worked this quarter, and 2 quarters ago, it needed to be a 3.8. We removed that. It's simply yes or no. Is it a recommendation or not? Ultimately, the state park board has that approval. This is an advisory capacity to advise on those processes. And the state park board doesn't approve an application. That's not personal. That is their decision, and that's set aside in rulemaking authority within the state. And so I probably have exceeded, and I didn't hear the Fiscal music go, and I don't know if I elaborated, provided any insight to any indication or
Right, so our 10-minute timer did expire, and that timer was for the discussion of the council. I feel like Chris's commentary from the state is outside of that, because I asked him to give us some insight on what we were allowed to do here. Our motion that passed was to now talk about this for 10 minutes, which we did, and then to vote on it. And so
Before we vote, can I
That's
just
good.
say one thing, because I appreciate what Chris is saying about this idea of like improving as we go, and I feel like in the past, we've been able to say things like, yes, we'll approve this if they fix. I mean, with some of these things that we have concerns on, right, with the 360 mapping, we're basically saying, yes, we'll approve, but we really want the video in there, right? And I feel like with the At Your Leisure, if we do that as well, like, are there certain things the council really wants to see in those videos, right? Like Evan was saying, he really appreciates the stay on the right routes and, you know, like, how could people get involved? Maybe some of that messaging gets in there. But I will say, like, getting messaging out is really hard. And I agree with Chris, you've got to have multiple avenues and I can speak as a land management agency, it feels almost impossible to reach people. So I do appreciate that emphasis of trying to get messages out, right, and information out. So I don't know, I just like to make that suggestion that if we're continually trying to improve, it's maybe not a yes or no, but could it be a yes with some of these improvements we would like to see? Because then maybe we can feel better about funding some of these things. So.
Okay, Rachel, you had some answers for us here?
Two things. One for Cheryl, at least, as you know, with RTP, we would kind of give people the task of reaching out to them. On this condition, we will fund you.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we could add. I think in the past, we've also kind of incorporated that. So there is that possibility. Also, real quickly, this is kind of just what has been utilized through FIG for the past 3 quarters. So this is everything that the advisory council has recommended as well as been passed by the board. To date, nothing has been not passed by our board. So as you guys can see, as of right now, prior to this meeting, we had $2.695 million remaining. And as of to date, for the past 3 quarters, we only pretty much used $600,000. This is below it. I know it's kind of hard to see, but this is the potential use. And hold on, actually, let me present this for everyone else who is here. So down here is the potential use for Q4. As you guys can see, there has not been anything for search and rescue. And also, as you can see, is tourism and education. They would be, tourism and other would be exceeding their limits with this pass if everything was funded for this quarter. So again, this is ideally, I had to change the formulas over here. So ideally, once we go through everything, it'll tell me an update here for what we have remaining based off everything. So
360 mapping other, or is it education?
it is other. So the 360 trail mapping is other. That is the one that we did vote on. And as for the promotion, it falls under tourism.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Brett.
So Brett is on the FIG committee, and I think he has an answer or comment
I'll be quick.
for some of the questions that were asked.
So we sit on the board bank committee that creates some rules, some things that we can make changes, make it more streamlined. One of the things in the categories with the percentages is basically just the foundation from day one when this started. So it all funnels down into the restricted account or it comes out of it. So the percentages is kind of a test. Let's see how it goes. So next time or the next year, we might change it to 20% for tourism, whatever, maybe it's 5 now or whatever. So it's just a foundation. It's not a mandatory, you can't go over this cap. Because really it all funnels out of this one account. So we can't get, my opinion is we can't get caught up on the percentages. It's just kind of a guideline. So if we go over on one and under on the other, that would show us what to do next. One other comment that I'd like to throw in, so I know that he made a comment about Baggett County. We do have 29 counties. I'm a huge supporter of AYL. I'm not just because I'm sitting here, and I see what it's doing for the OHV community. And that's the purpose of this funding. The reason we ran the deal is to try to promote, educate
spread people out throughout the state, and myself, I don't see a better way to do it. There may be 1 or 2 or 10 out of the 21 counties that don't agree with that, but the majority of them, I believe, does. So with that, I'll thank you.
Also, I'm sorry, real quickly, I know it's a mess right now, but these numbers over here are how much the fiscal incentive grant funding has gone into each county. I attempted to make a heat map on Excel, but apparently it does not want us take into account San Juan County, so that didn't work, even though there's funding in there. So this is kind of just a breakdown of it. I will show you guys the heat map that isn't showing, but as you guys can see, yeah, I don't know why. Paiute and Garfield, as you guys can see, have received a lot, and I don't think it matters. I mean, it matters where the funding's going, but it does show that pretty much everywhere has received funding. Weber only received $3,672.41 due to the fact that over $100,000 was divided up into all counties for these applications. So as you guys can see, it does go back into the individual counties. There's some that have received a little bit more funding just due to projects where they're taking place and who's applying. But I can also send this information out to give you a better idea for future, especially after these recommendations and approvals go through.
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the tourism, the AYL promotional videos.
Does Rachel need to go through the numbers?
Yeah, will you remind us of exactly which?
All right, so this is for the promotional video. It is application number 8, number 10, number 14, 17, and 18, 20, 21, and 22, 33, 37, and 40. So real quickly. All right, so I am going to start the opposite way so that we have a little bit of yes or no kind of divided up a little bit. So I'm going to start with Ron. Oh, go ahead.
Motion.
What?
Yes.
Bring motion. Can we fund this at a lower level than they're requesting?
Yes, but there has to be, I mean, we'd have to take things out of their budget. So, I mean, we'd have to go through their budget, which is fine. Is there any discussion on items that can be removed for their budget?
I don't know.
There.
So is that something that Shad could answer for us? If it was funded at a lower level, what kind of service be expected? Is that even possible?
Well, yes, it could. Let me explain though, to try and,
Remember, the application is submitted by a county or municipality, and you have to ask them. If they choose to contract out a file, that's the application. That's the project manual. They may choose to go with somebody else, so please keep that in mind. Now, in the past, AYL has probably worked with previously awarded grant recipients, but the application given to the council is from a city or county, and it's up to their decision on what they decide to, or who they decide to use. So I just want to go that, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Chad, but I wanted to clarify that for the council, so.
Okay.
Back over to council.
so when a point that I think should be made here in this whole thing is that in the grants last time at 12.5, we were providing basically a feature piece that was broadcast and 8 weeks worth of commercials. So that you didn't have to go through so many grants when the cap was lifted. This is basically 3 times the grant, which provides 3 feature pieces, 1 on each of the trails. And 26 weeks of promotion backup advertising as opposed to a month's worth of promotional advertising as was in the first round. So it basically jumps from being a quarter project to a half-year project, which means that our slates are full trying to process this work over a longer period of time so that you would not be seeing this again in anything that we have capacity for. Now, maybe another program would, but that fills us up for a period of time just to process this work. But the grants on the promotion side are very different. The fact that they are giving these cities and municipalities an opportunity to promote their message longer through the entire tourism season under this grant and help get people pointed into these new trails. And we intentionally went to the effort to reach out and talk with cities that aren't traditionally involved. We only had one duplicate grant. The rest of them involve cities that have participated because our goal is to get people in every corner of the state riding on the trails they don't know about. We share that concern and that interest that there are areas that are being loved to death, and we're trying to get people to explore new areas because there's so many opportunities. I hope not. So it's a much bigger span of time.
So Scott, did you have a motion then?
No.
No. All right, let's go ahead and vote.
I will be starting with Ron.
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Tyson?
No.
Tommy? Scott?
Not at this level.
Brody?
Yes.
Carol? Not at this level.
So that's 3-5, and so that motion does not pass. So let's move on, but before we do that, Rachel has some
Oh, yeah.
sandwiches and some stuff. Let's take maybe just a couple of minutes, just grab a sandwich and come bring it back to your seat, and then we'll move on.
So Chairman, should we reconvene at 6:55?
Yes, let's reconvene at 6:55.
Up to the Labor Commission, that seems like it's like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's next? It's next, just type. Every time I think about it. It's like, and you know,
Yeah.
so long.
Okay.
I mean, it's a couple days to enjoy it.
Yeah, it does.
All right, if you're already going into use of age or something, you have to tack on again. That's how I it's been a 3 days. Yeah, I tack it every day.
See, I'm focused on home fast and watching up the rocks, so I don't see anything.
Right.
Okay, right, what did I miss? Well, I need to go in there and spend some time, but I've been there, I'm before.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Barb? So, we've got quite a few more applications to go through. I'm gonna turn the time over to Rachel to start taking us through those.
Okay, so this one is the purchase of a mini skid steer for trail work. The sponsor is the Bureau of Land Management and Moab Field Office. They're,
And this is project number 1.
project number 1. So their project total is $49,250. They're requesting $38,000, and they have a match of 23%. Ultimately, what this is, it's to assist with the constant repairs required for the Moab Field Office. They have 3,900 miles of motorized trail. They are requesting funding to purchase a mini skid steer. Based off of what I saw going through the application, the timeline is 1.5 years. They're matched with volunteer hours, and they have the mileage breakdown on page 13. They also have 3 letters of support and also bids for the skid steer itself.
Is there any discussion on this project? Council?
Okay.
So go ahead and vote on it. Let's wait for Eric to come back in, Eric. On one. Purchase of this skid steer at the Moab BLM office. Any comments? No questions. All right.
With that, we will be voting. Brody?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Tommy, who is not here currently. Tyson?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Ron? Well,
Yes.
and then Cheryl.
Yes.
Tommy?
Yes.
For the skid steer purchase, that is application number 1. Did you have any discussion on it, or would you like to vote yes or no?
I would like to vote yes.
So with that, it's unanimous and it does pass. So moving on to number 2. This one is the pipe trail maintenance. It's for 2022. The sponsor is Fish Lake National Forest. They are requesting $116,000. There we go. And the total project is $243,000. And their match will be 52%. Going off of this, it would assist with the maintenance and management of the entire Paiute, Great Western, Gooseberry, and associated trail system. Projects include trail signage and maintenance of existing signs. They also intend to maintain the trails by logging up brush, removing rocks, repairing tread, and diverting water. Funding will also be spent on the installation of cattle guards, barriers, and bridges. Trail data will also be collected on the entire system with the installation of over 60 trail counters and 8 cameras to monitor use patterns. I noted that they have a lot of thorough maps for the application itself. They are expecting to complete the project in 1 year, and with a total of a little over 6,500 hours in labor, and they have 2 letters of support.
Is there any discussion amongst the council or commentary on this one?
You mentioned Knox's WeWork a couple of times in there, and I don't know if it didn't seem like it was really an emphasis of the project, like. Just kind of side note, I don't know if that's.
Okay.
I just don't know if that's something that's.
I do not, we would not unless we haven't. We have no history of paying for it, but there's nothing saying that the fiscal incentive grant, as long as it means off-highway vehicle trail, could not fund it. I was just gonna quickly look at their, project budget.
Yeah, it's not really called out. And like I said, it's just being like a smaller thing, but just wasn't sure on that one. So thank you.
And
Any commentary, Chris?
Get some value.
thanks, Chair. And so as most of us know, being OHV enthusiasts, there was a push in the early 2000s, et cetera, trying to mitigate, so to speak, the spread of noxious weeds around the state because seeds and other items get embedded in the tires and transported on trucks and trailers and machines across the state. We've seen certain areas, for example, some of the eastern slopes in Box Elder County outside of Brigham City that are tires load. We have situations up here with Fiscal and other areas along the trail. So not directly drilling into what Brian Carter is requesting, I suspect that they still try to help mitigate some of that. More than likely, probably through local weed agreements that they have with those particular counties. So that just provides a little bit of information, and it's something that already worked historically in with the 4-H across the state in order to educate writers across the state through some of that programming network.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other commentary on number 2?
Regarding the meter room, I think it's just more of a parking lot thing. That's what you're describing.
Good if necessary.
That's just part of the process.
It doesn't seem to be a material
Yeah.
part of the budget. I mean, it's not like there's a line item on the budget where they're spending.
Both side of kiosk installations, it's matters.
Yeah.
Getting the parking lots.
All right, is everyone ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Scott, I'm going to start with you.
Scott?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
and Brody.
Yes.
Seems to be unanimous that it does pass. So on to application number 3. It is for the West Paiute Trail picnic tables. The sponsor is the Paiute Trail Committee. It is taking place in multiple counties. And the total project cost is going to be $14,304, and the requested amount is $9,240. Their match percentage is 35%.
Any commentary or questions on this one?
And I can also talk a little bit further on this application if need be. The purpose is to enhance and improve the OHV experience in the Fish Lake National Forest. The project sponsor intends to purchase 11 aluminum picnic tables. Tables will be placed along the Paiute ATV Trail on the west side and on the west side of the Fish Lake National Forest. My notes on this, their project is going to be completed within 6 months. They have 3 letters of support as well as a letter of support from the Sand Rock Ridge Riders, who will actually be doing the maintenance and putting those into place. Yes, Chris?
Just to give you a little bit of historical information, so each of you are aware, the OHV program prior to the inception of the fiscal incentive grant, we participated with the Paiute Trail Committee and funded several of the original picnic tables in and around the Paiute Trail system. I believe that one time that's my theme song apparently on stage. So I believe at one time funded over the span of a 3-year period, roughly about a dozen to 15 pages. So this is just a spur coming off of that, addressed upon by the needs from the Paiute Trail Committee and their partnership with 5 counties and the Fish Lake National Forest.
Thank you. Any commentary? We have a,
Just in regard to that, the Forest Service gave us all the locations where they wanted the tables. Where we decided we didn't want to sit on. And that's why we applied for tables on that area, on the Vermont side.
will you state your name for the audio?
Fred Christensen, Bayou Trail.
Okay, thank you.
DJ at large.
Is there any other discussion?
Put to vote. Yes.
I apologize. Tommy?
Yes.
Jason?
Tyson, yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
And Scott?
Yes.
Unanimous, it passes. Passes. All right. So, number 4, we do have the applicant here. It is for the Beaver Main Street Trailhead, and it's Tusher Mountain ATV Club. Did I say that correctly?
You're correct. I'm Phil Bostrom. I'm the president of the Tusher Mountain ATV Club. So better go ahead, and then if you have any questions on me, I'll answer them.
Great, thank you. The total project cost is $90,000. They are requesting $76,500, 76 with a 15% match. It is for funding will be used to purchase a vacant lot at the corner of Main Street and 600 North, and it will allow OHV access to the Beaver Trailhead. The purchase of the lot offers an opportunity to have a trailhead on Main Street with direct access to the Paiute Trail. If there's any questions, our applicant is here. You can field those.
You have a question, Scott,
Yes.
for the applicant?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Looking at that as a trailhead, why did you put it downtown as opposed to maybe out of the city just a little bit? I would think the cost would be a little bit less if you had a piece of property outside the town to stage them.
That is true, and the reason is there, when you drive down Main Street in Beaver, you don't know where the trailhead is. Currently, it's up 9 blocks up 600 North at a baseball fields. Actually, I had a call yesterday from some people that said we came to the Jamboree last year, we came back to ride, we didn't know where to go. I've identified a piece of property that's on Main Street, and 600 North is also the Paiute Side Trail 05. So this gives me access to people coming to town to see where it is, to have a place they can come, to see where the trails are. It'll handle the trail system to the east and the trail systems out to the west. So most towns don't have stuff like this. I think it's a unique opportunity so people can come to our town. It's big enough, it's 6.67 an acre. We can park there and we'll have a trailhead so people can see where to go. I also have 5 letters of support. 4 of them come with money. I have money that's being given by the city of Beaver. Paiute Trail Committee is committing funds. The county is committing funds. Fish Lake Lumber is, and the Paiute Trail, I should say the Tusher Mountain ATV Club is putting up a $2,000 6-month option to buy the property. So I'm funded on it. I'm ready to go. Any other questions?
Yes, sir, please. Who, and maybe it's in there and I didn't see it, who holds title to the land?
It's on the contract in there. I don't know the gentleman's name. I just
It is
wanted,
an individual, well,
yeah, it's an individual.
okay. What type of guarantees or plan?
Who will hold time?
Who will own it?
It will be owned by the Tusher Mountain ATV Club, which is a
Well, not
501c3.
type.
Now, the long-range plans, it will wind up probably with the county of Beaver will maintain it and take over that, and we'll have a covenant on it. We'll always stay a trailhead. That is our long-range plans. The Tusher Mountain ATV Club will own it at this time.
Okay, second question, do we have any kind of guarantee for access from where it's located in town to get to the trail?
We have 600 North, which is the PST 05, the Paiute Trail System, and 600 North next year, the city is going to do a major widening. So we have access up there. Where we are now, we're at the fourplex baseball fields. And Utah is unusual. We can have baseball tournaments this year. We have 9 scheduled there. And if you got a lot of little kids with their cleats on and running around trying to unload trailers, We looked at another place, the city has a piece of property, we talked about taking it down there, but they're planning on putting a splash park in there. And once again, you got kids in flip-flops and a towel over the head. So for safety and access, we've got great access to the trails. If you go to the west down 600, it takes you under the freeway. You're out the whole trail system for Beaver County, and also any future plans like the high desert if they do that. If you go to the east, you go right onto the 05, up onto the 01, and over to the Tusher Mountains, and you're up in the whole trail system up there.
Okay, thank you.
Surely.
And I have seen this spot in person, wonderful spot, and it is very central and almost right in the middle of downtown Beaver. And you just couldn't ask for a better spot.
Well, good, thank you. Any other commentary? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Real quickly, because I've been trying to find this. This is a picture, there it is, multiple pictures, but this is the trailhead site. And then this is the land that they intend to purchase. So, all right. I believe we are starting with Tyson.
Yes.
Okay, Eric,
No.
Kurt.
Yes.
Yes.
Joan. Yes. Freddie.
Yes.
Yes, but with concerns.
Do you want to voice?
Well, I'll just say yes.
And Tommy?
Yes.
So that passes with majority voting yes. All right. Okay, next we are moving on to application number 5. It is my understanding that they are listening to us on YouTube right now. They've been assisting us with technical issues, so thank you. It is for the Iron Off-Road Rally, and the sponsor is the Cedar City Area Chamber of Commerce. It's going to take place in multiple counties. They are asking, the project total is $106,000.61. I think I got that. And they're requesting $58,816. Their percentage match is 45. With this grant would assist in the creation of an annual 2-day rally in Iron County to showcase OHV opportunities on 12 trails. The sponsor intends to purchase rally items, a used side-by-side, and an enclosed trailer for the event and future use. Their timeline is very short because it will be taking place in June. They have 4 letters of support. And then I know that some advisory council members, and it's been kind of brought up, that their estimate seemed a little high. I believe that Chris is actually going to speak on behalf of this. So Chris, would you like to?
Yes, absolutely. And just to let you know, the project lead on this, Clark, is on the phone. So if there are questions that are being asked specifically to the project manager, I would go ahead and direct that. So there's just that. I just want to share that the project manager is on the phone currently. So I think Rachel's done a great job of explaining what's at hand, and we'll see how the council wants to progress.
Any comments or questions by the council?
So I have a lot of questions on this one. Is a couple of questions, and Clark, can you hear me? This is Chris Haller with the office.
Yeah, project.
Okay. Well, we typically try to help and facilitate that and promote those OHV riding events that are targeted to new riders, but return riders and those wanting to be familiar with the area. And so along those lines, reviewing the application, I believe that the permit has been requested by the United States Forest Service and also the Bureau of Land Management in conjunction with Iron County. Is that correct, Carter? Okay. Do you have estimated time of when that permit would be made available for the event? Okay, so those on the council that may not have heard that answer, he's anticipating receiving notification from both agencies by May 15th of this year regarding those permits. So that was one question I had. And then I did a little research internally today and wanted to ask the question too, Carter, is what is the registration fee for the participants? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so just to confirm, it's $75 for both days, and I missed the first one because I was distracted. What was, if it was just one day? Okay, great, thank you. So just to let the council know, it's $49 for one day, $75 for two. Yes, and based upon that research, I did notice that registration is not currently open. When do you anticipate that registration would open to the public? Okay, so May 15th, once when they get the permits in hand is when they would open. The second question, well, I don't know, maybe other council has more questions. More members want to ask the question, I guess. Mine is maybe geared, and it may get flushed out through the question. So I'll just sit down and be quiet and let maybe others ask the questions.
Hi, Carter. This is Brody. We met about 2 weeks ago or so. I had a couple of questions. And these are the same questions that I asked you. In your application, you state that you'll have between 300 and 700 people. Do you expect 300 to 700 people? 300 machines?
That's the number of machines.
Yes. Okay. My next question is, in your application, you say you want to purchase a side-by-side to, and I quote, transport the barricades, equipment, signs, etc., and provide transport for the chamber room and others to provide service hours. So I'm very aware of the location because actually another entity in Cedar City had the exact same thing last year. They had a 2-day rally at the same location. So what is your intent for the side-by-side if it's not to transport the barricades and the equipment to the site?
A large portion, you and I talked about this, a large portion also what we're trying to do is the Cedar City Area Chamber of Commerce. You know, this event for us getting involved in the OHV community is a lot more than just this one event. We want to be able to, you know, at least once, if not multiple times a year, we want to be able to participate with BLM and the county and Forest Service and committee members and time and labor and helping out on different trail projects. So we obviously see the need for the machine for the actual event. We don't know if worst case scenario we have a guide that doesn't show up, one of us, you know, we need to go take a machine, go guide.
Now, so sorry to interrupt, but on the application, it also said that Clark will be providing the rental of 10 side-by-sides, which was a bulk of your match. So.
I've spoken with Triple S players. They're doing everything that is to get machines right now. It's a high demand. So they're doing the best they can to get us those machines. You know, another part of our process there was just Blair, it's been great this year, and you're donating machines. This is not going to that price. They're going to be 10 machines next year, membership is willing to donate. So, we're looking, this is a lot more than just a 1-year thing for us. So that's why.
So so another question would be if an organization besides the chamber or its members wanted to use the OHV for OHV related events, would they be permitted to do so?
I can't really see why not. We would have to look at what that other organization is and the insurance behind it, liability and those types of things, but I can't see, because the Cedar City Area Chamber of Commerce is the legal owner of the machine, the person who's liable for the machine. So we would just have to work those types of things out. So it's one of our members that went to the event with the machine. That's obviously a lot easier for me to say yes to than lending the machine to somebody else. So just have to look at it on a case by case basis. But definitely, I'm not saying we're opposed to it now.
So then also on the equipment needed for the rally, have some pretty expensive stuff, things like the A-frame, $1,094, cones, over about $1,300, barricades for almost $4,000, cargo bags, saws and chainsaws, multiple chainsaws, folding shovels, $1,300 for folding shovels. And then the one that kind of got me a little bit was the participant bag with a lot of swag, $13,000 in swag for participants. And so,
we met with people that did other jamborees, we met with people that would like to use the ETV jamboree. And again, we're doing this and we're trying to make sure we set ourselves up in a good position to be a great event to continue on in the future. And part of what we were told, understanding is, you want to make sure that people don't help with some stuff. So again, since helping me use that in my office, I think it's more prepared. We learned a lot from you guys. I learned a lot from you. And we are going to do some more other types of things. So we want to make sure that people have a good time. So as far as the swag stuff, there are more items that are necessarily participants that are actually riding. But we are going to get these vendors out there. We're going to have some concerts as part of the event. So we're hoping to get people out there that are not just riders, but people that want to go out and do something in the community those nights. So our plan, we definitely need to give some of that swag, types of things to make people that aren't necessarily riders. And it's going to get used this year, will get used in the season. Like I mentioned before, we're going to take some of you got, you and I talked about in the future, we'll take it more towards flying and those kinds of things. But we're just one-off participants.
So really quick before we vote, I did encourage you to, one general unspoken, unwritten rule of thumb for jamborees and rallies is you do not stack them on top of others, especially in the local area. At the same time, Fillmore has the national ATV UTV jamboree. And so I would encourage you for next year, if this period goes on, to make sure that you're working with the other organizations to not stack. It just sends a sour taste to other organizations if other things are stacked on top of each other.
No, of course, that's that. I hope everybody believes when we say that was not on purpose. It happened to be, somehow we overlooked that. We still exactly and we would never done that on purpose. But once we do it, with our venue, we kind of have to stick to it. So yes, in the future, we're learning a lot as we go. Different OHV clubs and those types of people that can help us and give us some input on what they do every year and what they do multiple times a year. And so we'll take that in the future. We'll learn and we'll have more partners, better partners.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I guess mine's not really a question, more of an observation, and I just did the quick math. You got 700 participants at $75. That's $52,500. And I'm concerned that given the number of jamborees and activities that go across the state, that if we, Brody brought up the point, and I'm going to zero in on this, this is zeroing in. If the council makes a recommendation to fund $13,000 in participant year, I suspect that the council will see a lot more requests come in, especially when there's a participant fee being requested. And so I guess, and I'm not questioning the Cedar City Chamber of Cedar City Area Chamber of Commerce at all. I'm not here to do that. I'm just concerned that if we start to fund participant bags, that it could grow exponentially. Given some of the rough math that we talked about here that I provided of $52,000, I think that could be utilized. And you know, without knowing, and it's hard for us to make that decision or to look into the crystal ball and say, hey, it's a new event, we don't know. I think Cedar City Area Chamber of Commerce has done a good job of saying, look, we could have between 300 and 700 people. We don't really know. We don't know what the participation is going to be. And yes, we know there's going to be startup costs for next year. And so I can see some of that coming in. I guess as a program coordinator, I would not be inclined to provide the funding for the participant bags, just as a program coordinator. That's me. But once again, this is what the council, and please, Carter, don't take this personal or don't take it the wrong way. I hope you know I'm trying to do be the prudent, responsible program coordinator with your OHV funds, and I'll be quiet. I think Rachel's got something.
Well, one thing, Rachel, you care if I say one thing?
Go right ahead, Carter.
So, says that planning, we know that the advisory council and these funds are being distributed now is a little different than it has been in the past. There's been a much lower tax in the past. Our goal as a chamber in this grant is this year is really to set us up for the future. Excuse me. And so a lot of those funds that get, there's going to be money that comes in from registration. And our plan is to pump that and right back into the next year and the years after that. So our main goal is that let's get everything as best as we can. Let's get everything we need to make this year a great event, and then hopefully we should come back with more funds in the future. One of the registration dates or one of the problems in the past has been that every year you have to get the same things going again and again and again, the same grant requests. And that's not our goal. Our goal is to set it up right from the beginning, and then those funds will roll over to future grants, and that's where we'll go. So, and also in putting this grant together, we know that we may not get everything. We just talk about, let's ask these guys know better than we do in most of these circumstances, and if there's things that they think are, exuberant or over the top, or things that we don't necessarily need, then they'll be able to tell us and help us on that. So we figured it was easier to ask. If we have to take off some of the things and change some of the things, but that's okay. So.
Thank you.
Carter, I honestly kind of, so what Carter did is and we allow applicants to do this, is they submit their application in early and I review it, and I apologize for not catching this or really taking into consideration this about requesting this with big funding. So I just wanted to apologize for that, just because you reached out to me and I missed this, and again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to wear my mask. Good. No, Carter, I just wanted to apologize for this because I know that I did assist, reviewed this application and I said I didn't think that this would be a problem, and I apologize. And I just apologize for that. Just wanted you to know that I did not sabotage it on purpose.
This grant writing process, getting her input on a few things was beneficial to us. So no apologize, no apology needed, Rachel. That's more than fine. So like I said, our event's going to happen. We're hoping that we can, if we need to take some things out or is part of this or part of that, that's fine with us, and we'll make the best happen one way or another. We'll just move forward, so.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to vote. Kirk, did you have a comment?
I just propose a motion. If we do vote, I'd like to exclude the participant bags on the budget. I think that should be raised from registration dollars. I believe that the process that the swag that comes along with each event should be funded from the event. Like sunglasses and swag bags, that kind of stuff should be funded from the registration dollars. But the hard infrastructure that's used to asking in place is a great idea. They're currently get UTV. They're gonna use it for future events. That's great. They're getting barricades.
I would rather see them support Iron County in the purchase of a side-by-side that would actually get a lot of use for trail maintenance and activities like this versus them having one.
So that's,
So have you made is that a motion then?
Yeah.
Will you state the motion?
I propose on the motion that we remove the budget items that are considered participant gifts from that budget and vote on it from that point forward.
Okay.
Do we add the part about the side by side?
That's my motion.
It's your motion.
You can amend it.
I'd like to amend that motion and take off the side-by-side.
Okay,
I'll second that. This is Eric.
bear with me while I find the price for the side-by-side. 17,500
And very low trailer.
and trailer.
I think the enclosed trailer has some value,
They need a place to store that stuff.
potential, but side-by-side is, I don't know how else to say this, but like lost life. And,
So to clarify, the motion is to remove the participant items and the side-by-side. That's been the amended motion.
Second.
And it's been seconded by Eric, so we need to vote on that.
Real quickly, does the applicant want to amend their budget so that they're no? Okay.
No.
No, sorry, I'll have them update it after. Okay.
All right, so let's have the vote on the motion that was made.
Aye.
Yeah, say your name.
Tommy George, aye.
Okay. Scott?
Yes.
Tyson, yes.
Brody, yes.
Kirk, yes. Eric, yes.
Okay, Cheryl, yes.
Ron, yes.
With,
Go ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say the new total with, without the swag items and the side-by-side, it will be $28,590. That is the amended budget.
Okay, are we ready to vote on the recommendation? Any additional comment? Do you have anything, Chris?
No.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and vote.
Just maybe a point of clarification. So the reason why, just to let you know, the reason why I said Rachel, let's not discredit the button. We have to wait for state park board approval
Yes.
because all we have is an application in front of us. The council may make a recommendation for a reduced amount. The park board approves that. That's an internal thing between the applicant and the division.
Thank you. All right,
Okay,
let's go ahead and vote.
Eric, you're up.
Yes.
Okay, Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
all right, Cheryl,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
and Tyson.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous and it passes at the reduced amount of $28,590. Our next application is it's going to be Chris when he's off the phone. It's number 6, and I will quickly just discuss it. It's for the OHV program statewide trail cap purchase. Again, the sponsor is these are for all $920. But it's a 54% match. I have Chris in my notes. So Chris, if you would like to go in and discuss this.
Yeah, so most of you probably know the OHV program has a statewide loaner trail cap that previous trail cap was purchased through the Recreational Trails Program grant, which help offsets both motorized and non-motorized trails. It's a loaner trail cap that goes out to those individuals that have taken the certification course, so have those approval letters to conduct work on those trails. And it can be an organization, a nonprofit association, federal agency, state agency, or county, or other municipalities set forth. And so, we've heard from most of the people in the OHV community that, hey, you need more than one trail cap. And I always try to work on the RTP side because I see the need. So on this particular request, it is simply going to be earmarked for OHV trail requests and maintenance thereof, and it's a loaner program and pretty much straightforward. Vote.
Okay, give me 1 second,
And I
guys.
two letters of support, because I know there's one person on the council that really values that.
Seriously, there's such a need for those pieces of equipment, and they're so hard to come by. Yeah.
So if you want to double it, you can make a recommendation and say put two on there.
This is a quarterly cycle.
Yeah, Chris, you should know better than anyone else.
No, but in all seriousness, there's a lot of need for that.
We're just trying to take advantage of the grant process.
Yeah.
But can I reach us on voting aside? This is where the money needs to go. Some trails, like, I agree, you need to fix the ground.
Yeah.
It's the way to maintain access.
Kirk, would you like to start your offloading?
Yes.
As in, okay, yes. Yes and yes. Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
and Eric.
Yes.
It is unanimous and it passes for $40,000. Next, we are moving on to application number 7, and it is for 3 kiosks. It is for the Fiscal Incentive Grant. The sponsor is the Paiute Trail Committee. Hold on. It is for multiple counties. Their total project is $13,169. Their requested amount is $10,797 with an 18% match. On here, I have that it is for 6 months. Again, it's for kiosks. Ultimately, Chris and I actually discussed it, and there was a slight miscommunication, but we worked it out. I think that on our end, we were just a little bit confused with kiosk and a welcome sign, but we worked it out. And I'm just trying to find my other notes for it. So
While she's doing that, I'll jump in real quick. So just to let you know, the Paiute Trail Committee has a standardized kiosk. They've gone through, doesn't matter what community it's in. It could be in Sherham, or it could be in Richfield. It's a standardized kiosk structure, has the same information on it with one exception. You are here. Because obviously, if you're in Sherham, you're probably not going to want to know we're here. So just to let you know that information is for those 3 particular outlines. The PTC or the Paiute Trail Committee has done a wonderful job over at least the 11 years I've worked with them on doing and facilitating those needs and then directing those uses accordingly within those small rural communities. And I suspect you may see an application in the future that could be maybe another kiosk structure on a piece of property in Beaver City. So, but don't know that, but just knowing how well thought out they are, it wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, just my 2 cents.
thank you, Chris. I found my notes. Ultimately, it's the 3 kiosks. Well, one, it will be installed in Kanosh as well as Marysville. They have a new trailhead, and as well as the Butch Cassidy Childhood Home. Is there any other discussion on this? Vote? Okay. let's see, we are on Ron.
Yes.
Oh, hold on one second. Let me share it with the public. I apologize. That's not one. Okay. Ron said yes. Cheryl? Yes. Brody?
Yes.
Pat?
Yes.
Tommy?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And Kirk?
Yes.
Okay, and it passes unanimously. And now because we've done the next four, which we voted on earlier as a group, split into promotional and 360. Our next one is number 12. It's for the Arapine OHV Trail Maintenance. The sponsor is the Manti LaSalle National Forest. There's also multiple counties which it'll take place in. They're asking, their total project is $69,200 and the requested amount is $30,000 with a 57% match. On here, I have that funding will be used to rent a mini excavator for 4 months. So it's in 2 months each year of 2021 and 2022. The sponsor is also asking for funding to help pay for a portion of the salary of the GS3 and GS5 for a month of each year. In addition, the funding will help with associated fuel costs in a mini excavator. I have a note here that the trail maintenance is because restrictions have been lifted in some parts of the Manti LaSalle National Forest. I believe that the width restrictions over 80 miles of it. And then on my notes in here, I have that it is 1.5 years to completion and they have 3 letters of support.
Any discussion or comments?
No, it's a rental, correct?
Yes.
I would just say to them, the next time or next year, put in a request for an actual machine so you don't have to rent it again. That could be out the,
Did you have something, Chris?
Thank you. So, I think the biggest issue is trying to come up with money. And so I think there's some unique things here that need to be considered. Just to be very transparent with the council is obviously the Arapine Trail System is one of the most important trail systems in the state. We talked about Ute Strawberry, et cetera, as shown. They also receive on an annual basis $25,000 a year set aside for trail maintenance. That was a 5-year agreement before FIG came into play. And so I believe what they're trying to do is utilize and maximize some of that trail lighting that they've gone through on the specific routes that they've identified on their national forest. They're currently going through a national forest plan revision in addition to, which could dictate some other nuances later down the road when it comes to the travel management plan. So I had a very similar thing, and knowing and working with others, the difficulty there is for that agency to actually find the money. And their next 3-year focus is going to be implementing those funds from the Great Outdoor American Act into deferred maintenance and things along those lines. Did I speak eloquently for the agency?
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, I think I know on our forest at least, we're having to really look at our entire equipment strategy for the Forest Service. Because before we used to be able to purchase pieces of equipment and we could just maintain them with project dollars and with the grant dollars when we bought them. But now we're actually having to pay into a system for the replacement of that equipment. And for the bigger pieces of equipment like dozers and mini X's, it gets really expensive really fast. And that basically cuts into the money we would have available for chainsaws and fuel. And, so I think we're all kind of going through this whole new budget modernization, and purchasing equipment is just a much bigger question mark now than I think it has been in the past. But I imagine, and I think people are looking at too, in some places, they may not have like a year or full year's worth of use for those pieces of equipment. So rather than maintain something, 365, pay into it 365, rent it for the amount of time you need it. So I completely support the rental if that's what they need at this time.
The one thing that I wondered, not to drag this out, it made sense, and I don't know if we can do that. If we just did a new cap, with the loader,
I mean, I know that's got, well, it's going right back to what Cheryl. I know that dollar amount that we're looking at right here is including some salaries and some other things outside of the equipment. But if we're gonna spend that kind of money to rent that piece of equipment, I understand the complications between the agencies. Would it make more sense to see, maybe we can right now, add another cap to the other scenario and have, like, let's have some ownership in it, even if they still have to take it and use it. We're spending a lot of money on something we don't know. Go ahead.
And again, Cheryl, I would recommend that you would reach out to them
Yeah.
and have them apply with the request for the purchase of a cat.
Right, if that was something that.
Yes.
Yeah, or even just working in closer coordination with Chris on what some of those equipment needs are, I think on a broader scale would be a very high value. So.
Do they want a mini X or a cat? Because a mini X, I tell you what, is actually a very useful tool in a lot of things you do. And if you want a mini X, get a mini X, not a cat.
Yeah.
So what did their application talk about leasing a mini excavator, right? So here's another nuance, we have a mini X that we applied for through the traditional OHV program that's a loaner. So they wouldn't necessarily have to use the lease, they could just request that mini X from us. It's a program equipment that we have, it's a loan. That's what utilized on volunteer projects. I want to throw that out. And that may be something that they want to try to utilize as far as what Cheryl talked about in further discussion. They wanted to, so to speak, I believe, dip their toe on this application process. And we have been in discussion with the Manti LaSalle about them replacing their trail cat along with the Dixie. We're just waiting on the utilities.
We're coming, wait for it.
Okay.
I'm working on an equipment strategy for us currently, so. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I believe we are back to you, Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
and Ron.
Yes.
Great, and that passes unanimously for the $30,000. Our next, yes, Chris?
Yeah, I want to ask the chair if I could request an amendment to the agenda and go to application 35. Folks from Beaver County that sit here for almost 2 hours. I would not feel comfortable in them sitting here for another 2 till we get to their application. So if Beaver County's comfortable with that, I would like to recommend, if someone at the council feels comfortable with that, to move that application forward.
So we make the motion to move the application.
I second that.
Okay.
And I also would like to add, if we can just bring it on, I think we can assume that we've all read the applications.
Let me cut out this.
I think we can dispense with the description of something we already know.
Great. So then when I do present something, I'll just talk the brief overview of it. I won't get into the details of it unless there's questions.
Okay, we had a motion and a second, so we required us to vote,
Great. So application,
but the motion was to skip the number 30,
Yes.
right? So we got to vote on that because we have the motion in the second.
Correct. You first.
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Said yes.
Yeah.
Say your name. Tommy George, yes. Tyson, yes.
Oh, yes.
Kirk, yes.
Eric, yes.
Cheryl, yes.
Ron, yes.
great.
Okay, application 35.
Application number 35 is for trail signage, and the sponsor is Beaver County. It's taking place in Beaver County. Their total project is $90,000, and the requested funding is for $65,000 with a 28% match. would you like to field any questions?
Can I introduce real quick? So you
Oh.
have Michelle Evans here. She's the Beaver County Tourism Director. She does a wonderful job. She started single-handedly, along with help from others like Phil and the Bay Trail Committee on the Beaver County Jamboree. And she's diligently working on some non-motorized opportunities to make Beaver County a destination. And it's working effectively. And she has also spearheaded the Resurrected, and Fred would remember this, high desert trail. So, floor is yours, Michelle.
Thanks. Do you guys have any questions about this project? I just assume you've read it. I'd be happy to field questions.
Scott?
The only question I have is it says trail signage, but probably the bulk of it is an AX, it looks like, that you want in there. And it's not a big deal, but
Yeah, I was curious how the signs are being purchased and maybe why it's not included in the grant or what types of signs, because you mentioned Carsonites, but those don't require mini X. So I just feel like there's a piece missing as far as what type of signs.
So they do require maniacs in Beaver County because we tried to hand them. And we grow rocks there faster than we grow anything.
Nice.
So actually, the chapter we went out, everybody, all of our volunteers, shoulders, including. We decided that we were ready to get some equipment to assist us in this project. And it's actually quite extensive. And the reason we wanted to purchase it is because it is going to be phased. So we have the Carsonites, we have all the stickers, we have everything ready to go. We just need to get them in the plan.
Just to make sure, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just,
Tommy?
So that line item, just to make sure I'm clear, is to purchase the machine.
Yes, that's one line item, is the mini X with the implement.
Right.
Yeah, we need a postal digger.
Any other questions?
Trying to dig 307 postholes in the dark.
Yeah,
They don't go 36 inches deep when you do.
No,
They're done by hand.
Some of that area is just one big rock.
Nice. Sounds like a humanist.
I think we should.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on it.
thank you.
Yes,
Yes, thank you. All right, we are starting with Brody.
Yes.
Okay, Scott,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kurt, Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl. Great. It passes unanimously at $65,000. $65,000. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Drive back.
See if there's.
Okay. Yes,
Back up to
I
13.
am okay with that. Great. So 13 is for Color County OHV Trail Maintenance Vehicle and Supplies. It is from Iron County. They're requesting $62,000 and 924. Anyways, yes, that amount they're requesting $53,000. Their total project is $62,924. It is a 16% match. I know briefly, and I apologize, I know, pretty much I know that Chris wanted to talk about this, and I. The kind of what was discussed is that we were unsure if we really kind of wanted to get the fiscal incentive grant involved in the purchase of vehicles. I know that a couple quarters ago, we did not fund Paiute Trail. I'm sorry, it was the
Haul a trailer.
yes, to haul a trailer. In the past, with the traditional grant, we did fund a vehicle, but it was intended just for Slip Rock, and it was a very specific item. Yes, yeah, they would have to use it. So we were kind of unsure about that, and we kind of wanted to discuss that to see if we wanted to go down that route. So ultimately, also we wanted to kind of know, would we be paying for insurance and stuff like that? Chris, if you want to talk on this, this is for Iron County.
Do we need to explain about that? Does anybody else? Well, everybody.
Without the purchase of the vehicle, we would only be able to fund $1,500.
Sorry, I'm staying, not staying.
I appreciate it because the glare is weird.
Like behind him, I just want to see.
Yeah.
So I just want to remind the council of some things. We've had a previous application that has requested vehicles. And this council needs to remain consistent, I would encourage that. I believe that there's all good intention behind this, but as a program coordinator, sometimes it could be rather difficult for me to be able to defend some of these actions. And in this particular one is it's set aside for off-highway vehicle funding. And yes, I understand that there's been equipment that we've helped fund, that we've helped purchase in order to get some much needed equipment within the vastly improved Iron County trail system. I've been a longtime supporter of that particular countywide trail system and coordinating their efforts both with Beaver County to the north and also Washington County to the south. But I am a little concerned when we buy motor vehicles or the consideration thereof. That's difficult for me as a program coordinator to defend on off-highway vehicle registration fees. I also, like I said, is there was not a recommendation made for a previous vehicle. And so I want to bring that to attention. I think there's some nuances that could happen with this particular truck, for example, or vehicle, is maybe they work with the weed department or they work with another entity within the county to try to strategize and utilize that truck, because I don't know if we can justify a vehicle for 52 weeks a year to be used 5 days a week for the trail system. Okay, all right, then I'll sit down, be quiet, let the sun shine back.
It like hurts honestly.
I know, every time I feel like I'm looking.
I know, I'm like, I have this nice glare going.
Council input before we vote? Okay.
Okay. Real quick, okay, yes, we'll just vote. Okay. Let me share my screen real quickly and then we can move on with that. I got you.
Stand there for 45 minutes.
Okay, who are we on? I think we were on, Brody, you're abstaining, so Scott?
I'm sorry, I was waving, we got people leaving.
Oh, sorry, that was everyone. Okay,
Me?
yes,
No.
okay. Donnie,
No.
okay, Tyson?
No.
Eric?
No.
Okay,
No.
nope, Ron?
No.
Okay, and Joe? No. So as of that, it is unanimous that it does not pass for the intended purchase. So thankfully, we can all skip down to number 23. So this is for the 2022 Uinta Wasatch Cash Motorized Program Grant. It is through Uinta Wasatch Cash National Forest. Hold on. It is for multi-counties. Their total project cost is $300,000. I can never say it.
312,700.
Thank you, that one. And they're asking for $224,000. It is a 28% match. Cheryl, I believe that you are on this application.
Yeah,
Would anyone like to field some questions to her?
Chris?
Just because turnaround is fair play, Yeah. I love it. I love it. Keep in mind that there's a lot of there's some language in here that talks about winter travel management planning and parking lots and snowmobile use. Big funds cannot be utilized for snowmobile projects that we don't have that caption.
But I didn't put that portion into the TIG, right? It's an RTP. Did we ask for TIG for?
No, we didn't.
No, it's in the project description, it's identified.
But it's the RTP funding that we were
But-
bidding for the money for the winter program.
I do not believe that it was on the budget that they're requesting funding for.
Yeah,
But it's
the overall project.
it's listed, just bringing
Yeah,
it up.
but the winter portion, we separated out into the RTP. yes.
Totally brought this on yourself.
Yeah, you did.
Alright.
Say we're entering here.
Okay, we have the total project, yes, so it does say that in there, but that cost for the winter program will come out of.
We're getting confirmation.
Okay, does anyone,
Yes,
What's the reroute?
so there's a couple of reroutes. One of them is on the Holman Trail on the Pleasant Grove Ranger District, which is a gnarly single track trail that's ditched about 2.5, 3 feet. Eric's probably ridden that trail.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, yeah. We have an actual delta at the bottom of it from the erosion that's happening. And the other major reroute is the Aspen reroute, which I believe is on the Hoover County District. So there's, I mean, it's basically in the past, you guys probably would have seen about 8 different grant applications, you know, between, because all the units would have submitted them separately. It's putting those all together to try to streamline things both for the councils, for our grants, staffing, you know, for the paperwork management. So instead of 10 applications to review or whatever it would have been for every one of those program managers to submit, these will be our only applications is for our forest, for the motorized grant.
So it needs 2 reroutes, correct?
There's 2 reroutes, but there's also a bunch of miles of the general maintenance, logging out, clearing, and then heavy maintenance. So going in and doing a bunch of like major drainage work, spread work. It also includes some signage improvements as well as some travel management.
also, Chris, believe me, because Chris wants to find an issue in your stuff. We looked it over and it's pretty much, because it's over a 2-year period, it is very similar to the Paiute Trail maintenance. Similar cost, theirs is 1 year and yours is 2 years, which is pretty much just doubled. Yeah. You didn't, she didn't let us support.
Winter patrols will include education about riding in winter areas, avalanche danger, wilderness rules and regulations, and assisting snowmobilers where needed.
Right, but now go to the budget that shows the RTP OHV.
Chris, wouldn't you want to put a big overview of the complete project so they could see it all?
Yeah, because it's in the budget, we broke out what we're asking RTP, what we're asking FIG, and what our Forest Service match is. There's a budget that shows all of them. So, yes, you're right, that is in the description, but FIG is not paying for any of it. If you look at the budget.
I did.
To sheet, I make a motion that we vote on the grant based on
Yes.
any snow related
It's not.
travel we stricken from the grant.
Well, yes, sit down.
That's okay, I got this.
All right, Tommy, would you like?
Yeah, there was a motion. Okay, we had a motion and a second.
But is it valid though? Because it's not, they're mentioning winter because that's the whole overview of the project. Funding for FIG is nothing really pertaining to winter.
Well, but this codifies that. It basically says,
Okay.
basically is that motion and the second would be, would confirm that it could be used for that. So we have a motion and a second, so we have a vote.
Sorry, it's one of the most standard names in this.
Scott Wheeler, yes.
Okay,
Tommy George, yes.
thank you, everyone. Tyson,
That's yes. Yes. Kirk, yes.
okay, everyone, yes? Ron?
Here.
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
And Brody?
Yes.
Yours, yes. Okay.
Okay, is there any additional discussion? Now, this was just the motion
Let's vote.
to strike snowmobile fund
Make a motion.
payments from that. So is, any more discussion, or let's go ahead and vote on it? Okay, all right.
Okay, Scott,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
yes, Ron?
Yes.
All right, and the last one is Brody.
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Just that one, there, it passes unanimously, for the full amount. So our next one is number 25. It is for Emery County Public Lands and Trails. It is the purchase of a motorcycle. It's coming from Emery County. They are, their total project is $15,200 for a requested amount of $9,000. It's a 41% match. Is there any discussion on this?
I could give you some, it will be well spent money. The gentleman who will be using this motorcycle most of the time, I've been out multiple times with him. Emery County is going through a major process of trail designation, and he spends time out there on the bike. It works very well to get him around very quickly, whether he's on 2-track or single track type. I believe it's very, very well spent money. So,
I agree. Okay, Tommy.
Maybe Eric can add to this, he's more knowledgeable on bikes, but in the business that I'm in, if that's to buy one bike, am I understanding that correctly?
One motorcycle, I think there's some gear I saw and protective,
Yeah,
like
For guards, man.
it says accessories.
guards.
Yeah,
So the bike is on state contract, which the county can use. The bike is itself, I believe, right around $8,800.
Yeah.
But then Rocky Mountain ATVMC doesn't want to donate some of that stuff to them.
good shot, Chris.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing. It also requests some signage, some person sign.
I mean, you can. Hello.
Warn us all before you do that.
I know.
Nobody warned me that.
Okay.
Just because you're blind, you don't want to make the rest of it blind.
Gee. Okay, we're starting with you, Tommy.
Yes.
Okay, Tyson.
Yeah.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Joe. Yes. Brody
Yes.
and Scott.
Yes.
Okay, passes unanimously for $9,000. Our next one is number 26. It is for the Trails Crew. It is Emery County Travel Bureau. Their full amount is $14,450. The requested amount is $7,800. It's a 46% match.
I had one question.
Yeah.
So why is it coming from the Travel Bureau for a Trails Crew? Does Emery County not have a trails, part of the Trails Division? Sorry.
No, I don't know why you shouldn't apologize for that.
What's it called back when we asked, what exactly is this money going to? So I was a little nervous about big money going to just pay whomever. So I couldn't imagine, local people in Berlin, you rather the member, just saying, all right, here's this, these guys are doing trail work, and here's the money. And he was on the road, I was on the road. It wasn't the greatest conversation, but I asked him, are these county employees that are getting paid? And he said, no. They're not county employees. They're from the Emery County Trails Maintenance Group. There's like 2 guys that they use a lot, and they're worried about burning them out. So they're trying to compensate specifically those 2 individuals. I understand, put a lot of work in, but I guess my only worry is I'm super suspicious of this. If this money is just, I'm worried that it's going to whoever. Yeah, that was my concern. And so it's not a county employee. It's not going to a county.
It will be very well spent money.
and to maybe subsidize your fuel for driving their vehicles and stuff out there. I'm telling you, these guys spend huge amounts of time out there. They maintain just a massive area of routes. And I'm just telling you, I've been out there before with them, and if you lost them, you could replace them with these. Okay.
That's great background. To me, it's just, anyone,
You know, there's some people that like to find ways to just this meeting. You know, sometimes I wonder, maybe we ought to compensate somebody with fuel just driving here. That's just a thought.
I can speak on behalf of that. Unless we did something different, maybe through the grant, we don't have funding allocated for that. If you are on the board of state parks and recreation, they refund fuel costs, but with this board, because it's at an advisory council capacity, they do not do that.
I don't want it for me, I want it for Tommy.
Sorry, I know. Also, real quickly, is that whenever an application is completed, I request all the documentation. Pretty much, we virtually will do an audit on everything that the money was spent on. So, I mean, yes, they could, and I'm not saying that they will, but there could be ways to hide the funding. But believe me, I'm very thorough with things. As Brett knows, we actually owed him additional money. And when I came on, I re-reviewed it, and we paid him the additional funding. So ultimately, I think we're thorough.
I just, one of those questions.
Yeah.
Questions.
These are also hard as a rock.
We ready to vote on that, or Eric?
I'm just gonna slow you down a little bit. This is a program question again, something I want to ask. Maybe it's a conversation for a different time, but you look at Idaho, and they have some amazing single track, they have some amazing trails. And they have quite a few trail crews who are paid. And I don't know how much of that we do here in Utah yet. Is that something that, I mean, is it a program thing? Is it a Forest Service thing? I mean, I'm kind of curious where the funding comes from for those trail crews.
I can elaborate on that.
Thank you.
So this council remembers a year ago, the OHV program submitted an application through what was then known as the traditional. We dissolved away the traditional grant for a two-person trail crew, but it was mutually split or soft funding through FIG and 3 weeks ago. They already have about 12 to 18 projects lined up. This was a suggestion made by Cheryl Butler. And so we incorporated those suggestions. We try to listen to our constituents. We recently just submitted an RTP application that this council will see here on May 19th to increase that trail crew from 2 to 4. We want to be able to provide them some equipment skill sets. And so as this trail crew continues to absorb some of those underfunded positions at the Forest Service level, BLM, and some of the county situations, we're here to help. And so we, like I said, we already have some projects lined up. And so, you know, eventually, and it's not new because it's something that the city of Utah did 30 years ago. And then it dissolved about 24 years ago. And I don't know if it was funding or if it's the agencies were able to fund their own crews and some of that oversight, or we provided funding thereof. So this is one of those unique situations that we have sought money to help fund those particular trail crews. What we are seeing, these isolated pockets of the individual trail crews being funded. And so the council may have a decision in the future to look at and say, hey, and that to say, hey, does it make sense to keep funding these little pockets of trail crews? Or is it best to try to utilize the state trail crew? And personally, I want to utilize the state trail crew because they show up, they got a trailer, they got a bunch of tools,
they got labor, and we work hand in hand with some of those clearances. And we have all the equipment in play because of our volunteer projects that we've been privileged over the years. And so it is available to be utilized. And I might say that the Trail Cat this weekend is going to be utilized by the Emory County crew because it's on loan, and they estimate instead of taking 1 week to do a job, they'll be able to get it done in about 3 days with our loaner Trail Cat. So,
You know, in addition to that, Emily Calcott in Carbon County, bringing an excavator, mini X in and loan it to us to use. And they utilize these volunteers to run the equipment. And so, good question.
Are we ready to vote? Okay.
I do have, just real quick, I do have one question.
Chris.
Well,
I know, I'm kidding.
it's just a question I have, and it comes in off of Tyson. I think and I would challenge internal staff, Rachel, to verify this, is who's covering that insurance and that risk management issue. I don't want the state to absorb that. If we're funding it, if an employee gets injured out there, that's an employee of the county, that needs to be spelled out in, so to speak, an addendum possibly to the agreement.
Is it asking for compensation for them or just like paying for gas and other things to get them out there?
It's hours. It's paid trail crews, 400 hours at $20 an hour. And then they have volunteer hours at $25 per hour, 150 of those. But you want something kind of knowing or written out who.
I'm just concerned that we're going to get billed with, or potentially is a liability situation through an insurance side of things, that are these state employees because it's state funded, and workers' compensation, social security, all of that stuff. So we have an insurance expert who really wants to move on with life. So I'll be quiet and put my back over.
They can be hired as independent contractors, which require a waiver from the state. The division. For 50 bucks.
We should just make sure that's it.
Yeah.
That's all they need to do is give independent contractor. By the way, it's a really easy process to think about. So, if we're gonna do something like that, just have them provide the waiver before they receive the contract.
I just wanted to vet that.
That's a great question.
Because I won't.
But they can just go to, I would just put it as an addendum if they want, I'll make a motion for it, but if they're not a state employee in the situation where they're being paid, they need to be hired as an independent contractor.
So did you make that motion?
I did.
So that was the motion.
That was a motion.
Is there, you got a second there? All right, so let's vote on the motion to
Require that they provide a waiver for workers' compensation.
require the workers' comp waiver.
Right.
Let's just go around real quick on that. Scott?
Yes.
Tommy? Yes.
Brody, yes.
Okay.
Kurt?
Yes.
Eric, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did we get Tyson for that?
I didn't skip Tyson. Tyson? Yes. And Ron, yes.
All
All
right.
right, let's go ahead and vote on the application now with that
You're up
revision.
first.
Case business.
Great. Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Brody, Scott,
Yes.
and Tony.
Yes.
Great. Passes unanimously. Our next application is number 28. It's for Uinta County Trails webpage. Sponsors Uinta County. The total project cost is $13,570. They're requesting $8,570. It's 37% match. Any discussion?
All right, go ahead and vote.
All right, we're starting with Eric.
No.
No? Okay. Kirk?
Yes.
Ron?
No.
Oh, no discussion. Okay, Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay. Brody?
Yes.
Hey, you can't have a yes 0.5.
Yes.
Tommy?
No.
No? All right, Tyson?
No.
Okay. So that does not pass because the majority did not rule in favor of recommending it. Our next one is number 29. It's the Uinta County Trails Blade. It is for total project cost of $4,286. They're requesting $2,143. It's an even 50-50 match. Oh. All right, is there?
What's the number of that?
29.
29.
Thank you.
The sunset gets better. There we go. Is there any discussion on this one? Okay. If there's no discussion, we'll move on to voting. All right, we're starting with Kurt.
Sorry, just
Okay.
1 second. Even though I'm not voting, I just want to make sure I'm ready. Just one question. Did we pay for the whatever piece of it?
I believe so. It was for Uinta County. Is it the one that's listed on there?
So you make a 6-foot blade. So what we're talking about.
Yes, this is what we're talking.
29, but there's the,
I think we did. I'm just trying to
That's what I was remembering.
find it.
I don't remember ever seeing an application for this.
Yeah, well, we had Uinta County Trails. It was in October. I think it was. They've already closed out. I mean, they're, let's see. It's number 4 of 21. Hold on. I can actually pull it up real quickly.
It's okay. If these guys aren't, I want to make sure we're letting them utilize the machinery they've already bought.
I think that this one is literally just the purchase of a blade for,
It's okay.
yeah, it's literally just the blade for it.
$4,000
Yeah. What?
Awesome.
Awesome. Okay. Would we like to vote?
Yes.
Great. Sport. All right, I think we are starting with you, Kurt.
Yes.
Okay, let me get back to it. Kurt. Yes, okay. Ron?
yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Tommy?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Great. Passes unanimously. So the next one is again from Uinta County. It is number 30. It's the Uinta County Motocross Sprinkler System. The total project cost is $200,000. Thank you. I don't know why I struggle so much with this. They're requesting $149,000. 200. Never mind. Anyways, I tried, guys. The 36% match. Is there any discussion on this one? Yes.
Go ahead, Scott.
Okay,
Thank you, Scott.
I'm going back to take this.
the only grant that's actually adding trail to this grant application. It's only 1 mile long, but I grew up on motocross track and I go out and ride maybe 50, 100 laps out there. And I'm not sure that's much different than, riding around a 50-mile or 100-mile loop. I went out and I talked to Uinta County. I went and looked what they have done so far. They have invested a great deal of money already into this complex. They have built a big parking lot, they're building in, they've fenced off, they've built a motocross track, they're bringing dirt in, sand in. I'm not sure how much money, but I bet it's close to $100,000 they've invested already in this. They need a decent sprinkling system. They have to bring water in that's close. I know how much the Carbon County sprinkling system costs, and it needs some maintenance, but I tell you what, this is more, it says tourism. It's much more than tourism. I spent a lot of time out there meeting with friends, riding around, competing, not at a race, but competing around the track, the gathering point, a point to where I do therapy as a kid, as a teenager. I tell you what, if I wouldn't have had that, I'm not sure that I'd be here. I'm telling you, there's more involved in tourism. If there's any points, this area can link to other places where they can stage film and go riding. I believe it's a good investment into this community. It's an oil industry that has been died down. I think it will help the tourism in this, and the racing part of it, when they talk about putting races on,
Check, check. Audio check. Please stand by. We're trying to restore service.
Can you hear us?
the county is very much keen into this project. And like I said, when I went over there, I was pleased with it. They've hired a guy to be over it, to work on it and maintain it, groom it regularly. And like I said, I was impressed. I was impressed with the enthusiasm of the two gentlemen I spoke with.
So, yeah, they do have water and they do have a tank right there at the top of the track that they can fill with their water and they use to sprinkling out money. They did an open practice just to see how things would go and they were trying to keep water down with water trucks and it was too cost prohibitive to keep doing that for a regular basis. And this was a much more affordable option.
So what you're saying is they have a water tank on site?
Yes.
So this huge 8-inch line goes to.
So it's actually a 6-inch line that goes right south of the track and it goes to a fire hydrant at a parking lot on the site. And it also goes to their snowmaking machines because they've got a tubing hill right next to the North Cross track. They started, and so they've got a lot of it pumping to the snowmaking machines. And that water line is just the track. And that's good to tap on that.
So it's actually not, it's going to share with snowmaking hill.
So actually paying the utilities for the entire complex. And so they will be providing.
Yeah, exactly.
So they have a meeting. All the water in the entire complex. They provide. Does that make sense?
My main concern is it seems like a lot of money. I love riding motorcycles. probably more than anybody in this room.
I don't know. I do not. Let's just keep it. It's gonna be a 25 minutes like me.
What were you were in thought of looking at this area, my insurance?
I just making sure that everything's secure. So I'm understanding correctly, without seeing pictures of it, is you have a tubing hill that's close, and right now it does not have water.
It does have.
It does have water, and so this is just going to tap into that line.
Yep.
And go over to the motor track. It's going to build a tank.
They can run us off the 6-inch line as well. Yep. So there's an 8-inch main that goes to the tubing mill. And they're gonna run a 6-inch line that can run their sprinklers or fill up the tank. Is that right or no? Well, they can do either. They can run it off the tank if they want to, as a storage, or they can just tap right into the main line. They can sprinkle off the tank and the 6-inch.
Eric, I got the impression they had a big main 8-inch line run through. They had to tee off and bring that over the motocross track and then branch it up from there. They were gonna use water cannons. It looked to me like they had about 21 water cannons, which are about a grand a piece.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it does seem like a lot of money. You know, we spent money, big chunks of money before for stuff. You know,
The county's gonna staff it. They've got grooming equipment. They've got everything else.
yes, they have equipment out there. I tell you what, Nick, I'm just telling you that I was impressed with what they talked to me about. Now, have they made commitments? I'm not sure the document in here has made commitments. Maybe we need to go back to them and say, okay, these are the commitments we need out of this.
Okay.
But like I said, as far as I'm concerned, a kid riding around a track 50 times is the same thing as going up and riding their trail someplace that's 50 miles long.
Thanks.
Chris, did you have anything on this one?
Well, obviously, I'm a strong supporter of any county-based project. I personally think that the application needs some additional help. I think there's some things and some questions that have arose in through the application process. I do believe that this is a worthwhile project. But I know, like you've heard each of you say earlier, I'm a very strong supporter of OHV in rural communities. I think there's some differences in there that maybe we can dissect and extract out and look at a phased approach rather than, well, here it is, so to speak. And so, you know, I'm not questioning, I just think there's some things in the overall application that maybe we could help address that are questions that have arisen. So the thing that we've done is over at Jordan River, we actually brought in a golf course professional to assess the water use, because they're grooming a golf course, we're grooming a trail. So what type of soil composition? Is it better to get wood chips? Is it better to get sand? What's going to hold that moisture for those track operations and such? And so I believe there is validity there. I'm not saying that. It's, I don't know. It just, I think there's some things in the application that need a little help.
I don't disagree with you. It would be nice to maybe have some more particulars in there. I guess I had big questions before I went over there. When I went over there, I felt good about it. I'm just telling you, I felt good about it, and that's all I can tell you. That they were wanting to produce a product over there that would be able to fit that niche that this one is doing. You know what? I'm not sure that we have. This would be more specific, probably more along this motorcycle class uses. ATVs can ride on it and stuff, but it's more centered to motorcycle. I'm not sure, have we ever written a grant that's specific to single track? I'm not sure, at least while I've been here, have we? You know, maybe funding chainsaws or something like that, but nothing specific to say, well, build a new single track trail someplace. Like it says, I'm here to defend this. I think it's a good product. It's a good product. And so we hope let it go that.
The program received an RTP grant a couple of years ago based upon what the council recommended for the Jordan River OHV complex to help facilitate seasonal staff here in signage and some improvements. And so we have that, and I think there's been some other single track trail systems that are incorporated through the National Forest Service for maintenance, but not specific. And I agree with you, Scott. As I go and travel around the state, you know, most of you probably understand that I do challenge whenever a county or an agency is looking at things. I will oftentimes challenge them to look at the diversity of looking at single track opportunities. Maybe a 50 inch is too much, but is a 20 inch better? Can we have that diversity that exists? Because one thing we do know is that the machine use has increased across the state, but we also know that competitive youth motorcycle purchases are on the rise as well. And so I like it. I like the idea. I love the concept. There are just some questions there that I can't specifically.
Chris, could the questions you have about the application be things that could be resolved administratively during the administration of the grant?
I believe so. It may,
Okay.
some of those might change some of the project description of, hey, can we zero in on this and do a phased approach? Can we look at this area first? And then what about this how about from guide? Have you thought about, you know, there's the 42 track, it's starting gate. It's like, well, let's focus on some of the infrastructure first. Let's look at that. Let's get the use after the increase, and then let's look at, because maybe a 42 inch a year, or excuse me, 42, maybe it's small. Maybe they need something larger in a year from now. So
I do like where you're going.
Yeah, so basically my question is, if the grant got approved and got funded, some of the concerns that the program has with the application could be resolved as you're administering it.
Yes, also, Uinta County, especially the Uinta County, travel. Sorry, Uinta County, the individual who kind of helped submit this application is actually on the board who does the final approvals. So we can always go to her and discuss it with her. Huh? Anyways. So yes, there is that. Also, I can reach out to them and kind of get it done on my own.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Let's do it.
We're gonna start with you, Eric.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Okay. Carol?
Yes.
Brody is a yes. He left, but he gave me his scores. Scott?
Yes.
Connie?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Okay, it passes unanimously. Okay. On to the next one, which is number 31. It's a travel management planning engagement. It's from Rural Opportunity Ventures. The total project cost is $75,000 and the request amount is $55,000. Anyways, if I remember at the beginning of this, Chris said that there shouldn't be any side conversations because these speakers are so great. Yeah, and here he is distracted. Anyways, it's my understanding that actually I believe I don't know what's happening, but, you're not helping. Okay, so the individual was on this to begin with, but he's no longer here. So anyways, if there's any discussion on this, feel free. Otherwise, we can vote. Yeah.
In my backyard, that whole area is just being threatened, and you know, my only concern is how do we monitor how well it's being used? That would be my first question. We have a way to monitor it accurately. If it was up to me, I would put $1 million into a fund to defend stuff. I think we're losing stuff faster. Well, we are losing stuff faster than we can replace it. And so if we go out the pace we're going right now, in 20 years, we might not have much to ride on other than a fenced off corral. So how do we monitor how this gets used? How do we check up on it?
It's a great question, Scott. We within the program, we technically do not have a mechanism in place to track litigation issues. And that's a whole new avenue for the off-highway DVR program. Specifically, we have the Attorney General's office that we work directly with at the state level. And so those situations are usually either handled by the AG's office or through the Public Lands Policy Coordinating Office, such as RS 2477. So this type of monitoring, I don't have an answer to. I don't know how to do it. I don't have the skill set to do it. We don't have the knowledge to do it. We don't know how to do this.
I know they're spending time out there. I've been out there with them. Wade's been out there with them. Jim has been out there with them. I just don't know. I think there's a comment over here. I don't know how to quantify this. Is this Ben Burke?
Yes.
I believe I have a support letter, but so I work at certain levels and get a lot of things done. He works at an upper level that is really engaged with BLM issues, land issues. And I think if he was to do an audit on what he's asking for, just like you do on a tool or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that he is so thorough that he could justify every minute, every dollar that is spent, and it will go a long ways for protecting our access. And this is huge.
Yeah.
We haven't experimented with it yet, but here's a guy that has the knowledge and he's willing to do it with a team. And I didn't get involved with it, and I hugely support trying to protect our access, and this is what it's all about.
And I'm speaking on his behalf, but I don't know, but I feel as though he would have some way to kind of measure the success of it. It seems as though this is his main job, so he has to back it up and show proof of it. So I think that if we.
So can I make a motion that be attached to the vote? Or whatever the proper way to say that there is some accounting or a reconciliation of where the money goes.
Well, we do that at the end of it when we close it out, but I think seeing kind of like, I mean, as you said, kind of just something to measure it against. I mean, we could do.
Do you have any more thoughts on that, Chris?
Yeah, so I just want to remind the council about a year ago, they did make a recommendation to approve Ride with Respect for a very similar type of approach with the travel management planning and getting some engagement done in around on the Untitled Chapter National Forest and also the BLM. So that mechanism or that particular grant was awarded. So I just want to remind the council, you know, there is that. This has some of the same similar items as that one, different project though,
different project focus, but very similar type items. So I just wanted to remind the council.
I think this falls back into some of the territory of where are we assigning financial budgets. Protection of land resources is one of those priorities that we need to identify. This is one of the few grants that's for the public doing.
And I think it's $20,000 that we have technically set aside for, again, those numbers are there as kind of like a reference.
It's a guide.
It's a guide, yeah.
We need to keep that in mind.
But yeah, access protection.
Many of these grants come across the table requesting help to protect the access to something new.
So last year I sat in every travel management planning meeting with booklets. It was a week of meetings with the DLM for over a month straight. It was rough. But they have like a open group, conservation group, and a mixed group. And everybody looks at all their resources, biological, paleo, cultural, plants, all the things. We gather all this data, and then each group gives a recommendation to each specific segment of trail or road. Open with management, closed with management, whatever. Administrative use only. All of that gets put on maps, all of that data gets collected with third-party contractors. And that document is created, and then the document goes straight up to the BLM bosses, and then they make their decisions based on all of the data that was collected. It's important in that travel management planning meeting to advocate for which roads you want to be open. Because the closed groups, unless it's a Class B road or a graded paved road, the vast majority of the time, it's closed because the terminology is there has to be a purpose and need. And unfortunately, recreating on it, driving through it because you want to, doesn't classify as a purpose in certain groups. And so I think it's important for trail access to get people there to say, so this is my interpretation of it. The open group says open every time. We want everything to stay open. We'll close a couple of things if they're like totally reclaimed, short, you do more damage opening it back up than you would otherwise. Closed groups close the vast majority of the rules. It's that middle group that I think has the most sway that we need to get people in there to say, let's be reasonable about this. People use this road. People want to go see this feature. This is part of a loop that people like to ride on. Any sort of influence you can give in that specific group will make its way to the final document and get moved back up the chain where they make those decisions.
I make one comment. I was actually down in southern Utah. I was in Georgetown, well, not the perfect site, but anyway, I was out there with Danny Dunn many years ago, and what we're up against today, and we have been for a long time, it's getting worse, is a certain group said that this was nothing but a cow path. And we stood on a county feed road and said, this is not a cow path. So these are the kind of research that we've got. It's not a cow path. It's a road, it's an access. So these are the things that they're out doing while we're doing other things. So I think it'd be a huge for my opinion. Just test the waters and see how it goes.
Scott?
Okay, I want to give you an example. Money was given to I with respect. I have a lot of respect for Cliff. There was a couple trails in the Manti LaSalle, the LaSalle part, but we're going to write a letter to them. They backed off of it and said, well, we'll put a culvert in there and let you keep the trails open. I go, holy crap. We need to put all of our money, send all of the lawyers that have to send letters. We should learn stuff from some of these people we're fighting against, but that actually happened just recently. So it just tell you, if you get a letter from somebody that says, hey, perhaps we're going to sue you over this, maybe they, oh, wait a second, let's rethink this. All they had to do is stick the culvert in and say, hey, it'll be okay. We'll leave these open.
You ready to vote on it, or is there more?
Let's vote.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen real quickly. Okay, I think we are on Kirk.
Yes.
Okay, Ron,
Yes.
all right, Cheryl,
Yes.
Brody is a yes, sorry. Scott,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
and Eric.
Yes.
Okay, passes unanimously. And so we go down to the next one. And I believe this is also from Ben Burr, but it is a different nonprofit. It's number 34. It's to adopt a right-of-way. It's coming from the Adventure Fund. The total project is $3,000. They're requesting $2,000, 33% match. Is there any discussion on this? Yes, Chris?
Yeah. Okay, but I'm going to ask you some questions because you help me understand. So is the access fund, or excuse me, the adventure fund, working with on this possible easement? Is it on Sitla property or is it a private parcel that was sold? It's on Sitla, and I'll be quiet because then I have some more help me understand.
It's on Sitla property. At least according to the map, my map that I looked at when I reviewed the grant, the surface ownership was still Sitla's ownership.
Okay, and then along those lines, is Sitla working cooperatively with the 29 counties across the state to deed some of the easements over to them for right of access to parcels that Sitla owns?
Yes. So, for an example, Sitla paid for the majority of the county D roads in Uinta County through our OHV fund. Where we get funded at $1.50 out of every OHV registration comes to the trust lands, and we will pay for county easements on Sitla land with that dollar. So the money that comes out of the county comes out of the OHV fund, easement goes to the county.
Is that easement perpetual or does it have a number of years?
Most easements are 30 years, there are perpetual leases, it just depends on how you want to write the contract.
Okay.
What is the length of this?
I don't know, because we haven't finished the application. I don't know if it would be 30 or.
Well, not years, but the length of the travel.
It's only.
Yeah.
Maybe through a section or two at most.
There's one by ones for us.
I don't know. I believe it's.
Yeah, so would then there were some questions in the application on that too, so I guess please don't think I'm putting you on the spot, trying to understand, so would it be better that a county approach Sitla for this type of access rather than a nonprofit organization? Because there's no assured guarantee that the private property owner in due time could restrict the access if there are unwilling partners listed in the application, as what I read in the project description.
So I would say yes. I would think it would be better for the company of the Sitla and say, can we have a plastic boat? Vast majority of the time, Sitla would say yes. You know, we do have our options, our reasons, we do review every application, but you know, we do easements to private individuals all the time. Easements to nonprofit entity groups. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will say this, there also is other funding avenues that can be used to accomplish this. The OSB account as an example.
Yeah.
Which is paid for a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, so I believe what their intent is to actually add another layer of an access right away. So for an example, if the county owns half of the D road or B road that already goes through the Sitla piece, I think they're trying to have a third layer for protection, for example, that's problems that will be in the future, like in the Bears area. You know, if the county gave up their ownership and it goes to the state, and we're just trying to add a third layer to it, I believe is what his intent is. So again, just testing the waters, can we do that? And I would recommend that if it was, if it's using OHV funding, I think the OHV program ought to have an ownership in it with their money. I mean, that's just a recommendation, but if we can get a third layer of protection of access, and it works here, could it work in the barricades, could it work in the grand staircase, is the third layer, and the OHV program be the ownership with the non-law.
We would only offer the contract with one entity. There couldn't be a county road and an OHV road on the same road.
I think that's what we stuck it into, but I'm not sure.
We wouldn't, well, we couldn't charge twice for the same road. Yeah. So I would recommend going through the county. Counties don't like to vacate their roads. At least the county's not going to
Don't have, if they do, it hands it over to the state, now the state becomes full ownership. So if it's a B or D road, they own 50% of it. State owns the other 50%. Because for an example, in Stratford Bean, in San Juan County, we had the state on the phone with us, and we kept 7 roads open. If San Juan would have abandoned those, it would have went full ownership to the state.
And I'm not for sure, I would have, I'm not an easement specialist. I would check with our guy. I know state funding comes to maintain class B roads. But class D roads, they're all the counties. It's the county's road. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So for example, if we have an oil and gas well that is reclaimed, and there's a 500 reclaimed as a class D road, if we want to get that road reclaimed back to the main road, we have to go through county's approval to reclaim it and to vacate.
And the state.
No, we don't talk to the state. It's the county's road, we only talk to the road. We're only talking to the county if it's a class D road.
On SIT.
On SIT.
Oh, I said, well, okay.
Yeah, and that's where this one is.
Okay.
It's all trust.
My fault.
Okay, should we go ahead and vote on it, or is there anything to add useful?
Ron,
Okay, so
you are the starting person.
I
Wait,
am.
hold on, let me share. 'Cause I know the motion. I don't have it. Okay, so Ron, you're our starting person.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Cheryl?
No.
Okay. Oops. Brooke is a yes. Scott?
No.
Okay. Tommy?
No.
All right, taking you're recusing yourself. Eric?
No.
And Kurt? Okay. So with that, based off of it, the majority voted no, so that one did not.
Should reach out to them and let them know that we understood the validity of what they're trying to do, but that there may be a better way to do it.
Yeah.
Just because we voted no, we don't see the need.
Yeah.
It needs to be done differently.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
No, I think that's very valid. Does anyone want to volunteer to do that?
What do you mean? What do you-
Just because I make a lot of noise.
I know, but
I'm a little guy, I have to make a lot of noise to compensate for big people like you.
you do it really well.
I will tell them.
Okay.
Scott Wheeler will get a hold of them.
Okay, and I think they were on earlier, so I assume that they're listening. If they might be,
Okay.
but if not, I would still reach out to them. Okay, so the next one is 36. Did you stay here this entire time for 36? I'm sorry if you did. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. So number 36 is safety and ethic promotion on air on At Your Leisure. It's for the 50th anniversary celebration for the Off-Highway Vehicle Program. It's from Utah Four-Wheel Drive Association. Their total project is $24,300 and they're requesting $17,800. It's 27% match. Is there any discussion on this?
I just want to make a comment. First of all, I'm going to recuse myself from voting on this because I sit on the board of Utah Four-Wheel Drive Association. I know that the AYL has done a lot of safety videos, motorcycle targeted and ATV targeted. The full-size four-wheel drives is a different animal and a different user group. Every 16-year-old kid whose dad got him a You know, a $600 Ford Explorer now owns a full-size OHV. And the way people get into that sometimes is, you know, the user group is very different, and the dangers associated with it are different. You've got a heavier vehicle. You've got a vehicle that isn't always designed for what you're using it for. And safety with the four-wheel drive clubs that I get involved with, safety is always the biggest concern, because when we go out, you see a lot of Jeeps and a lot of four-wheel drive full-size four-wheel drive vehicles, pickups that are not, the people have absolutely no clue. They don't know how to hook up a tow strap properly, safely. They don't know, you know, a side-by-side, let's say, you know, if you're on a kind of on a hill and a couple guys can grab a roll bar and kind of help stabilize that 6,000-pound vehicle, you might want to think differently. But anyhow, obviously I support this application, but I will recuse myself from voting on it. I did want to make a plug.
I did notice down on page C6 or section C6, the project title is the City of Ridgefield Trail 360 project mapping.
Just a typo.
Okay.
We did is just a quote in getting those forms got a lot of work out.
Yes. Yes, they did.
Large UTVs, large ones, as big as Jeeps.
Yeah.
And they will go just about any place a decent rock crawler would go. Maybe not a little bit, but just a mass influx of these big machines. They have started causing some issues. I think this education part really needs to kind of somehow scoop that group in, because they might not be as big as and heavy as a Jeep, but their footprint is. And somehow, I believe that somehow we need to educate this group, because there is just, this pandemic has brought out huge amounts of people out in the desert. And we need to get safety and where they should and where they shouldn't ride, ride machines. So I don't know if that could be incorporated in that already.
Yeah, I'm not into expensive. Good comment. I agree. I agree, absolutely. Any other input?
Well, the creative team will be executing this on behalf of the Four-Wheel Drive Association. On your conversation, that's not in your comments. And if it's okay with the Four-Wheel Drive Association, lean that comment.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, should we vote?
Yes.
Please.
Almost there, guys. And everyone. Cheryl, you're up first. She is a yes. Scott? Tommy?
Yes.
Yes. Eric?
Yes.
Okay, and you're accusing yourself, second. Okay. So it passes unanimously. Our next one is number 41. It is to promote Utah OHV It's from Utah Chinese Association. $1,000. Is there any discussion on this?
This is 41.
Yes, sorry. I know. It's not great. Yes, yes.
Has anybody called these people?
So actually, when they called me prior to the closing date and I had some questions, I know that it's something that we are trying to be more inclusive. I think that there is maybe a slight barrier with their English and our English and kind of understanding them. But I mean, year after year, except currently due to COVID, there's always tourists coming here, and I think that if they're expanding on. Anyways, I don't want to talk too much about my opinions on it. I think it's for the advisory council to discuss. But I would definitely be willing to work with them on this because I think that there's a lot of benefits to it. And then also how we could assist to make their lives easier so that they don't have to do all the work. I think that a major aspect of it, and I assume it's Mandarin, I assume that's the language that they're discussing. But ultimately, I think it would mostly just be translating it and making it so that either the Chinese American community is aware of what goes into it. And then also tourists coming from China to America in Utah itself is aware of how to properly operate, safety, ethics, those type of things. Yeah. I don't.
Do we have stuff in Spanish here? I mean, how hard is it for people that don't speak English to figure out what's going on? I mean, maybe Chris could have some input on that, but is that something we need to talk about, look at in the future?
I think I've spoken about longer.
Do not know. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, about
Do you?
Discussing this. I just wanted to say that I know that our public information officer, every time that they create a video or anything, they always have it translated into Spanish. I've actually been kind of slowly working with At Your Leisure. It's mostly my fault. I apologize. To get a 2 to 3 minute video about the fiscal incentive grant. And I asked if we could have it translated to Spanish. I haven't brought it up to Chad, but I think that if Mary is willing to translate it to Mandarin or Cantonese, that we have the opportunity to do so and be more inclusive. As for our website, I do not believe that we can translate it. I think that it is a route and also kind of a group of individuals that we are trying to be more inclusive of. So I think having that would be beneficial. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything on our website. Okay. All right. Brody, I'm gonna hold off on Brody right now. Okay.
Hold on. I don't understand what the grant is for.
It is my understanding that, what is it?
It's education for Chinese Americans.
Okay.
Translating the information.
The
And also having classes.
less than 1% of anyone that comes to Utah, for example, that's Chinese or Chinese American, is engaging in OHV activity. They're not even aware that people leave the state highways.
Mhm.
They don't know how to operate the vehicles. They don't know that it's possible to rent, use, how to use, it's to help them engage in that recreational activity.
Also, they will be having classes. I assume that they will be in, I want to say Mandarin. I assume that that's what they'll be doing, is also having classes. So when people do come here, I assume it's probably, this is all assumption, but we discussed it earlier, that it may be like they get a certificate or something, that they go through the process. There is a test at the end, so I assume a certificate would come about that. But ultimately, that is kind of what they're hoping to do as well. So they're creating a website, and then they also want to have classes and teach these individuals pretty much how to ride, what goes into it, stuff like that. I think a lot of the information may already be on our website, but just the translation of it. And then also the classes for it.
I think it has to do with awareness in general. We just aren't aware that's even a possibility.
Yeah, that as well. And I think it's a whole other group of demographic of people that we want to spread the word about OHV use in the state of Utah. So anyways. Yeah. So anyways, any other discussion? Okay, I am going to present. I believe you are up first, Tommy. Okay. All right. Tyson.
No.
Okay. Eric.
No.
Okay. Eric.
Yes.
Ron.
No.
Okay. Cheryl.
Yes.
Brody is based off of everyone else's. So Scott.
I'm gonna say no, but I think they need to reapply and clarify a little bit, get specific on it, and I think we ought to look at some of that, but they need to clarify this grant to be specific, but right now it's no.
I think if they need some assistance in the grant writing application.
I think, yes, I
agree with that.
I think that, yeah.
Or who's gonna do it?
Who's gonna do it?
Who?
Yeah.
Who's doing it? What
Could
exactly?
that be similar to like we talked about with the sprinklers, that it's more on the administrative side, that Chris and Rachel works with this entity to figure out what the.
Yeah,
project is.
because the individual
I don't know.
Mary who is applying, she'll be the one doing a lot of the translating. I think that it would be her hours. And again, like she talked to me about it, and I understand that it's not in the application. I do think there is that language barrier, and I'm not trying to compare them to another one, but yeah. So there is that, and I mean, in my notes, I literally wrote down that I will work with them. I think that I like this application personally.
I'd like them to rewrite it.
But I agree. I think it does need a little bit of work and a little bit of, not so much hand holding, but assistance when it comes to that language barrier.
Well, to help them what a product is too, because this could be something that can be utilized for other languages as well. Right? Like figuring out this process of translation. You know, like what this translation process looks like
as well. But we'll see. Okay, so as of right now, it did not pass. I do want to. Okay. All right. So our next one is number 43. It's for the OHV Junior Ranger Program incentive items. It's coming from our division OHV program. The full amount is $16,800. They're requesting $11,000. So actually on this one, it came from our intern, who I believe now is going to be an additional employee of ours, at least a seasonal employee of ours. So I just wanted to bring recognition to that because she did do a lot of work on this and she was just an intern. So, but yeah, is there any discussion on this one?
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Vote on it?
Okay,
Yes, please.
great. I like it, guys. Who did I start with last time? Eric, I think. Eric?
Yes.
Okay. Kirk?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
Brody is a yes. Scott?
Yes.
Tommy?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Okay. I will let her know. She will be very happy. Okay. So our next one is Number 44, it's for the Judson Flats Trailhead Improvement Project coming from the BLM Price Field office. The total project total is $55,000. They're requesting $35,000. It's 36% ask.
Pretty straightforward project. I'm just gonna jump in here real quick to try to streamline this. Obviously Myron Jeffs has his items together. It's great to see an application being submitted by the Bureau of Land Management. This particular area has always been a historical launching area. There was infrastructure development that took place there roughly about 15 to 20 years ago. Some of the initial partnerships between SITLA and Price Field Office and the Off-Highway Vehicle Program. This particular application says, hey, it's time to increase and reinvest in this particular area and expand it because of the popularity.
Good.
Great.
You vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We're starting with Kirk. You're up first.
Yes.
Okay. Ron.
Yes.
Okay. Cheryl.
Yes.
Brody is a yes. Scott.
Yes.
Tommy. Tyson.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
Great. It passes unanimously. Our next item is also from the same exact sponsor. It's for the San Rafael Swell OHV Campground Improvements, number 45. Total project is $80,000. The request is $50,000. It's a 38% match.
So a couple of questions on this one. So I think the project title looks a little bit ambiguous. This is not really geared towards, sorry about that one, geared towards the OHV campground. It's more or less identify particular areas in and around the San Rafael Swell, the Temple Mountain area, to put in some picnic tables so that people visiting the area actually can utilize those particular spots. There's one small caveat that in the application that discusses Joe's Valley bouldering area. I believe that the intent is to show a match. As I looked at that, it's to show the match from the Bright Field Office to part of that rather than requesting the full amount of the 85 picnic tables. If you get to the math, it's roughly about 72 of those particular picnic tables that could go in and around the area sprinkled throughout Buckhorn, Washington, and Temple Mountain area in the west. Did I nail it?
You did. Other people who use them besides, well, you know what? Everybody down there is motorized person. They just might not have an ATV because they drive down there in a Jeep or something. But there is a huge amount of people going there. The ones up in Joe's Valley won't get used as much on that end, but I think the investment there would be well worth it. There are people that drive up that canyon on ATVs and do utilize it. So, I did call him and talk to him. I said, you have to defend this. You talked to me about this. And so we went through it. I'm okay.
So are they gonna be able to install 85
Okay.
tables?
He didn't show in the grant the in-kind. Every county is gonna be unloading these because they weigh, they're cement. They're heavy. They have to have equipment. Every county's gonna come in. He did not show the in-kind labor that every county's gonna, there's probably gonna be like $20,000 of in-kind labor from every county to set these tables there. You don't have to tie a chain around them or try to stick them, make them all these things off. And so there was a big match of cash, but he forgot to include the in-kind labor to install those things. A lot of those will be around the Temple Mountain area, some down the Swinging Bridge area, we have to Buckhorn. So, like I said, he convinced me after I talked to him. I had some questions about, the ones up Joe's Valley collection, and I came out okay on those. I think it would be well just to get money. It will come out in the hands to work out well for them. We have some people at the Price office now, right now, that we can work with, and they're on our side. At least some of them are. And so, we've got things done here this last little while that if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have done that. This weekend, we're gonna spend Thursday, Friday, and Saturday out in the Santa Fe Desert putting signs up. It could be that in different circumstances, we wouldn't be putting signs. So.
Okay, Ron?
Yes.
So just a question, if we're gonna be putting these throughout the swale, of course, you know, there's a lot of mixed type of use. Is there, if these were aluminum tops, is there a way to put a stamp that it was funded by the OHV program, or kind of like we put a plaque on a bathroom or something like that?
What they said about how they.
It says, at the entrance of the various campgrounds where rules and regulations are posted, we would include information explaining Utah State Parks FIG, how it partially funded those facilities, and the good things that can happen as we partner together. So that is how they would be showing recognition.
I'm just curious on these dispersed camping, are these like designated dispersed camping sites that, or have they been like officially designated on maps that these are dispersed sites that are staying? I'm just not as familiar with BLM dispersed camping sites. I'm asking, well, I'm just asking, to me.
They're dispersed campsites, but a lot of them have like a fire pit's been installed. Just
Okay.
to go and
So
look
there's
along Temple
already
Mountain, all of a sudden
improvements.
there's a flat area with a fire pit. Oh, that's a good place.
So there are improvements that are already being made to the sites.
I wouldn't say improvements, but it's a place that's regularly used and people know.
I just want to make sure these are like, they're legit places that these tables will be able to stay and continue providing a camping opportunity.
Yeah. South end of the Temple Mountain.
Yeah. That's one of the places that was noticed. The other one was the campground area. In the town site was another one that was pointed out,
So they're pretty like known, developed, they're probably not going anywhere.
Someone like that, someone not like that.
Because they're dating.
Yeah, no, just going along through the desert and there's lots of places to camp.
We need.
Right. Right. Well, my biggest problem with this is I like the north end of Temple Mountain because that's kind of a day use area. People don't camp out there as much as they do on the south end. And I'm afraid I'm gonna have more people competing for campsites on the north end with me now, but I need to be.
Hey, everyone, this is Evan. I can just weigh in on Cheryl's question there. There is lots of layers of planning happening in the San Rafael Swell area with the Dingle Act, with the travel management planning, with still lots of follow-up work from their RMP. And none of these sites could be considered planned designated sites, Cheryl. They've still got a lot of work to do in that planning zone. I am not even really sure exactly the nexus of these sites and our OHV users upon review of Myron's application. I will say that, again, in BLM terminology, anybody driving to camp or day use is using an OHV when they're on BLM land. So there's always that nexus of the OHV user. And I think many OHV users would benefit from these sites. I would have liked to seen Myron make that connection much more clear for this specific council to be more informed.
Would we like to vote? Carol? Thank you, Evan, by the way. Want me to come back to you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Brody said yes, so Scott.
Yes.
Okay. Guys, this is the last one. Tommy. Okay. Tyson.
Yes.
Okay. Eric. All right. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Kirk.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes, but if they can't stay at those sites, they need to be placed along other OHV routes.
I think that's.
I mean, is that?
But up to the great administrator ensure that, and I was also going to add that,
I think a person from the audience will probably brought up a legitimate point. I don't think a little 1-inch logo at the entrance of a campground area is going to suffice for notoriety of what the off-highway vehicle is below center grade. So I would challenge us, if it is approved at the next level, to work with the BLM to identify a specific feature. Now, if those tables are cement, like what Scott had mentioned, I would expect that there's the ability to go in with the manufacturer and put in a logo. And I would encourage the BLM to put their own logo in there so that the person understands who manages the line. So you got a great opportunity here to try to capitalize on some marketing efforts.
Well, and just if there were changes in where these tables could be placed, that there's still going to be along OHV routes, I think would be an important thing, because it sounds like a dynamic area. So great, I should make it as well.
Okay. So that is all of the 47 applications. With the funding, we funded a little over $1 million. And this is kind of the breakout. If it worked, let's see. Hold on. I did have to change my formula halfway through. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so this is showing, believe. Yes, I think it's right. Oh yeah, this is right. Okay, so this is kind of where we are at for the categories. I know it's probably really hard to see, but this is all the funding that we've used per category and the percentages. And then this is based off of the recommendations. This is the leftover percentage. As you guys can see, other and tourism exceeded their 5% of the total amount. So, and it exceeded it by quite a bit, but that's okay. So yeah, will be updating the advisory council on this, but ultimately based off of the recommendations, this is kind of how things scored. And I'll be sending this out for everyone to kind of see and overlook, get an idea of. So.
All right.
Yay.
Good job.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda, OHV program update. Chris?
So, so just a couple of things I want to share with you. First and foremost, thank you. We brought tokens of appreciation on our 50th anniversary items. We're going to pass those out. Of course, we just already. So, we'll get that. So, during some of our year-long activities, we made some purchases. We've already held 2 of our events this year out of the 4. And so we had great success with the spring celebration in Coral Peak State Park. And thank you. Thank you very much. So, we had with the Automobile Association up in Monte Cristo. So that was held up at Monte Cristo. With the Automobile Association. Throughout the season, more towards the fall and after Thanksgiving. So obviously we got many different partners. You'll be seeing some of our work and some of our production efforts through some of the marketing efforts through different media forms and social media platforms along with TV and broadcasting. The other thing is I wanted to share with you is we were asked a unique opportunity by the Utah Office of Tourism to prepare marketing strategy called Ride Mighty, Forever Mighty. So we've been, I was asked to be a spokesperson for that, had some direct input on some of their public service announcements. Adam Eagle, competitor, but friend, as I know. Friendly competitor. They're our own competitor. And so we worked with him, that was the Utah office about or Utah office of tourism items that they contributed, we dealt with. And so we were a participant in that. We've been strategizing on how we're going to promote it through our social media platform. But currently, I believe they're airing on KSL at different hours regarding that particular marketing effort by the Office of Tourism. A new law goes into effect tomorrow, May 5th, just to let each of you know, that is the minimum age requirement for youth. So in the past, it's been between the ages of 8 and 15, you have to possess a OHV education certificate. However, starting tomorrow, you can be of any age as long as you have 3 items. 1, you're able to touch the controls and physically operate the machine at any time. 2, you have an education certificate. 3, you're under direct adult supervision if you're 16 years of age or younger. Adult supervision has to be an 18-year-old. So that goes into effect. So our idea behind that is we already see it occurring. We already know it's occurring. We already understand it. Our rangers are oftentimes have to be DNR 30 nasty rangers to make contact with them and inform families or things along those lines. And so we believe that this will help further champion the cause and empower the parents to make the right decision appropriate for their child or youth. So that law goes into effect, like I said, beginning tomorrow on May 5th. It was signed by the governor and passed. This past legislative session was House Bill 111. Other thing I want to share with you is that starting July 1st, the Utah Off-Highway Vehicle Program will be transferring over to a whole new division. In the past, beginning July 1st, if you can imagine, our division now will be separated into 2. So we still stay underneath the Department of Natural Resources, but there is the Division of State Parks, which will oversee 46 state parks. 2 of them were passed this last legislative session. Lost Creek Reservoir, which will be known as Lost Creek State Park, and Utah Raptor State Park, which is after the Utah Dinosaur. And so the off-highway vehicle program, the recreational trails program, the boating program, along with the land and water conservation fund, all shift over to the new division of recreation beginning July 1st. So more info to come regarding that. And so it does not, at this stage, it's not changing our mission, our goals, or objectives that's outlined in the Utah Off-Highway Vehicle Act, specifically 4122.1, which is our policy declaration derived by the legislature. So more info, I'm sure, they'll get.
Do we still answer them as a county?
No. So beginning July 1st, the advisory council will be making recommendations to the Utah Outdoor Recreation Commission, which a member of the audience had a hand in that, along with Senator Hankins. So to let you know, on that commission, it's a member, I think it's a 16-panel member that's made up of different representatives of different entities around the state. You have the Department of Ag rep on there. You have a representative. I believe you have a senator. You have some at-large positions. You have, I believe, the director of the Office of Outdoor Recreation out of the governor is on there. The program coordinator for the OHV program and Rec Trails sits on that commission, along with the building program coordinator sits on that commission. Did I get them kind of all?
A representative for mining, agriculture, so there's a very diverse group of people that hopefully will make a very good decision on things.
So they already been appointed?
Yes, they're appointed through Utah Code. So there's no wiggle room there. So some of our items can shift, but it does not take away from this, what this advisory council has been asked to do, nor do I believe it will. There could be some nexuses and items that could change. That is really dependent upon the direction provided by not only our department director, Brian Steve, but also whoever that new division of recreation director is. So there is that. So great question, and thank you for asking that. And then the other thing I want to let you know is that I don't know if I shared it at our last council meeting or not, but we had Senate Joint Resolution number 11, seems to be a theme. House Bill 111, SJR 11. It knows that it's a resolution that was signed by the Senate President, making 2021 the year of the off-highway vehicle program, and the recognition of what motorized recreation has done, not only through tourism, but connecting communities, creating a dirt transportation system, educating well over 250,000 youth to operate OHVs appropriately across the state. So that was also passed. Those were the 5 or 6 items that I wanted to cover tonight and share with the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Can I add one thing to that, Chris? So we made sure that the restricted fund that we borrowed us out, the Great Fit program, will follow the new overseas division. So that pocket of money will follow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good thing.
Great. I would accept a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting. I presume everybody's had an opportunity to review that.
I'll make the motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tommy.
Great.
Okay.
Scott, second.
Scott, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, last item of business is establishing our next meeting date. Last few meetings, we've just had Rachel
Sent out a doodle.
just kind of send out a poll.
Works great.
The dates that work.
So our next meeting date is May 19th. It's
There's that one.
Being motorized. So that is based upon what the council said they wanted to do, is they wanted to divide big and keep it separated from RTP. So that starts at 4 p.m. here on, or is it 5?
It shows 4.
Says 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock here. Pretty much the same scenario.
Says 4 to 7, and it'll end timely, correct?
I don't think we're gonna have any.
Yeah, right.
I don't think we're gonna have as many applications with RTP based upon some of the initial reviews of that. I'm hoping that Becky will be able to get those applications uploaded and to the council by the end of this week. So that gives you a timely manner to review those. I don't know where we're standing at. I think we're just somewhere 2 dozen. But I don't know that for sure. So that's our next meeting. So the option is we could discuss the next meeting date then, or if you just want to go off of the doodle poll for the July meeting or August meeting, because that the next quarterly grant cycle is July 15th when it concludes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rachel, will you send out or Becky, I'm not sure who has the responsibility for that. If you can send out a doodle poll of dates sufficiently long after the applications come in that we have time to review.
Yeah,
We'll
it'd probably be
pick a date that way.
around the first week of August.
Those are due what day are they due? They're due
They're due
July 31st, right? Or
No.
July 15th?
July 15th, and
Okay.
we'll allow just 7 days for letters of support to come in. And then for you guys to review all those completed applications, probably I would say either the first or second, probably the first week of August, because then the board meets on the 19th.
Okay.
which now I don't know if that will be relevant anymore for them to approve it. Yeah,
They won't be doing that.
I guess we'll
Okay,
see.
well, we'll send out the poll and we'll vote that way.
Okay,
I would love to accept a motion to adjourn the meeting.
yes.
I'll make a motion to
Okay.
second.
Okay, sounds good. Do we vote or do we just go? Anybody opposed? Too bad.
We're done? Meeting adjourned.
Yes.
We're done.
See y'all.